and welcome to the Blackfeather Guild. Today we're going to be doing Animus, Absentis. It's a sci-fi show and game about a crew that has lost their memory, and they're on a ship out in the middle of nowhere. Um, and we're going to be figuring out what the cast would like to do with their characters, covering some Session Zero stuff at the beginning of the show, and then we'll kind of ease into a little bit of the story tonight. It's going to be pretty good. But before we do meet the cast and do all of that, I want to talk a little bit about viewer actions. So there's a couple of different ways that you can actually get involved as the audience. One of the easiest ways to do that is through the game tweet, which I forgot to grab. So I will put that into chat in a little bit. But if you look for me on Twitter, it's just at the Raven. It's my last tweet. But for that, every 10 interactions on that, that's likes, retweets, and comments, we'll give a D4 to the cast pool and to the DM. So that can be used on any roll to boost the numbers. And it's really helpful if there's like a DC that you're just not quite reaching. You can throw in an extra D4, and it might be enough to push you over the requirement. So a pretty handy way just by interacting on Twitter. It's pretty cool. Another way that you can interact with the story is plot points or guild coins. Guild coins can do plot points and a couple other things, but the biggest one that people will use is the plot points. You'll see those right over here. Anything from an inconsequential plot effect to a major one. Inconsequential is something like renaming a business that the characters run into, or an NPC, something like that. Very little things. And then a major plot effect can be a boon or a curse, so you can actually have the cast or a specific character have something they really need when they need it the most, or if you want to be rude and do a curse, you can have them not have it when they really need it, which causes all sorts of interesting problems. There's a full description of what all those do down in the panels below, or you can click the little rainbow colored icon right below your Twitch chat box, and there's a full description on each one in there as well. Finally, if you'd like to contribute monetarily, help support the channel that way, there's a lot of things that you can do right over here. Most of those are pretty self-explanatory, but some of them aren't, so I'll do a quick explanation on those. And all of these can be done through direct donations via coffee.com/raven or raven.rocks, which you can see right down there in the corner. Or you can do bits and subscriptions, or if you're a patron on my Patreon, which is right there in chat, Bard tier and higher get credits towards viewer actions every month that can be redeemed at any point. So there's a lot of different ways that you can do those. But as I mentioned, some of these probably require a little bit of an explanation. So the switch allows the players to have somebody else change their action word. DM as well. You can gift that to the DM or to the cast. So for example, if you have a bard playing the stereotypical romancer, let's say that they try to seduce a barmaid. If somebody's getting tired of the bard seducing the barmaid, they can throw out a switch and make them change that word. And it can't be directly synonymous. It has to be something different. And so it's a way that you can kind of nudge the story around a little bit. It's pretty fun. Rolling with advantage, it's similar to what happens in D&D with advantage. So a player will roll twice and then take the higher of the two results. And that has to be used before the roll is made. And then the re-roll is something that can be used after it. So those are similar, but let's say that you didn't think to use an advantage, or you didn't have one, and you rolled a nat 1, and you're like, oh, I really wish I'd had an advantage. Well, if you've got a re-roll, you can just roll it again. So it's pretty handy. Complication allows you to be the DM for a couple of seconds. You type in 1 to 3 sentences of what you want to add to the scene or change about it, or take out of the scene if you want. Just about anything that you could possibly want to do. Much like the plot points, the DM does have final say on what actually happens, so your suggestion might get changed a little bit, but generally we'll try to stick as close as possible to what you have in there. And then swap 2 players for 5 minutes means we swap characters or roles, and we play each other's roles for 5 minutes. You get to choose 2 different players to do that, and the DM is an option as well. So you can have a player and the DM swap seats, essentially. It's pretty funny, and it's really neat to see each other try to imitate their characters. And then finally, the one up is a safety net of sorts. If you have a character you really don't want to see die, or you really want to make sure survives, if that character would hit 0 hit points or die, or whatever is the equivalent in the system that's happening, instead of doing that, they'll come back at 1 HP. So it's still in danger, still a dire situation, but it gives them another chance to escape that fate, if you will. And that's pretty much everything. So I'm going to take us into see the cast. We're going to do some introductions here, and then I'll pop that tweet link into chat for y'all too. So, speaking of the cast, hello everyone. We're going to do some introductions of all of our wonderful players here, starting with Jay. Tell us a little bit about yourself, what you do, and where we can find you.
Hello, I'm Jay. I do GMing, voice acting, I do writing, streaming, the whole 9 yards, or 8 of them. And where you can find me is here on Twitch at Alien Jays. Twitter is also Alien Jays. I GM a game here on Saturdays at 3 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Mountain. And I am also in a game here on Tuesdays, which I believe is 7 p.m. Mountain.
Yes. That is correct. Next, we've got Vanessa. Tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do.
Hi, I'm Vanessa. I am a traditional artist. I do primarily watercolor and pencil sketch. With the other game that we play, I usually say, hey, I'm the token Canadian of the party, but I can no longer say that, which is phenomenal. I love that. But yeah, you can find me on my art Twitter, which is at Peppero Draws, and that's Peppero like the candy. And you can also visit my coffee page, as Raven says, or the way I say it, Ko-fi, which is just ko-fi.com/PepperoPrincess. So it's princess instead of draws. But yeah.
Awesome. Fantastic. Next, we've got Alex. Tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do.
Well, I'm also glad that I'm not the only token Canadian in this game either. Currently, it's actually equal for once.
It's true.
Yeah, so hi, I'm Alex. I will find me around Raven's Discord quite often, posting random things and harassing people in the TikTok files chat. I'm a digital artist. I've also been getting my hands dirty in fiber arts, especially embroidery lately. You can find me at Agent Boss on Twitter, and I post my art there. I post my works in progress and that sort of stuff. Yeah.
Fantastic. Next, we've got Jacques. Tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do.
About me. I'm Jacques. I usually exist just to keep the rest in line. So, yeah, that's about all I do usually. The rest handle the Twitter stuff. They're on the village system on Twitter. But yes, my character. Or do you want me to tell about my character?
We'll do character stuff in just a little bit. With this being kind of unique, where nobody really has all their memories, we'll handle that in just a moment.
I know that feeling.
But yeah. But cool. Next, we've got Lisa. Tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do, all that good stuff.
I'm Lisa or Goody, whichever. I don't really do anything, but I'm here, and
I can be super duper cool.
There's that. Plus, you play bass, right?
Yeah, I play in a local post-hardcore emo band called Cadus. It's good times. But yeah, we haven't been able to get together for obvious reasons for a while, but Yeah, I'm here. I was in the entire Badlands series, and now I'm here, and I'm just
Awesome.
happy to be here.
That's cool. So as we mentioned earlier, as we were talking about doing a lot of character creation type stuff here in this session, reason being because you're all going to wake up without your memories. So there's a couple things that I did want to kind of cover before we jump into the story stuff. One of those being one of the most difficult questions that you'll have to answer, and that is, what is your ship called?
The loose caboose.
Blues Caboose.
It's really Canadian in
Okay.
here now.
Oh no.
But
The maple leaf.
I'm not hearing any objections
Sorry.
yet.
I'm not objecting yet.
Your word being yet.
Yeah.
Trying to
I-
think of a good reason.
not trying to dissuade you from that name,
Mhm.
but just some meta knowledge here, something that the players, you will know, but your characters will not,
Okay.
at least initially. This ship is it's armored, it's armed, it's pretty fast. It's something of like a well-armed smuggling ship. It's
What better
known
name
for
then to get past
Okay.
the law than the loose caboose?
Loose Caboose.
Oh.
I don't know. I might personally investigate a shit more based on that name. Two officers sitting there. Who wants to dock? The loose caboose. I'm sorry. The what? Like,
That,
Inconspicuous, hey.
that is a
I hate that I'm
wonderful idea.
agreeing with it, but I'm kind of for it.
Okay.
I am definitely for it.
So that's 3-4. Are there any other suggestions? Just playing devil's advocate here.
the far setter.
The Far Setter?
The far setter. No,
It
not
sounds like
fart
the fart setter. It sounds like the fart
Wasn't gonna say
setter.
it. Wasn't gonna say it.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, the fart center. Yeah, we're just
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like.
no, the far setter.
I'm just imagining like a compromise between the two, and it being like, you know, the farce caboose.
The Vars Caboose.
Loose farts.
the loose part.
Yes, I love it.
Yes.
I feel like that one might not make it past the censors.
Think of the potential of the loose caboose. Yeah.
I do like
Um,
Lagrange points. Something
The
along
what?
those lines. Sorry, that's never mind. We'll skip that one. It's Lagrange points are stable points in the orbit of a stellar body. I've been
That
doing
is
sci-fi for an
A
entire.
delightfully nerdy answer. I love
It
it.
sure is.
Actually, that's perfect. Lagrange points?
Lagrange points. Yeah.
Lagrange points.
Lagrange points.
We could
Is that
call it,
LA?
Lagrange.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like it.
Lagrange.
I like that.
Yeah, you could just be Lagrange. I'd be okay with that.
Yeah, Lagrange. And when people
cool,
ask
and
about
I
it, it's
will-
like, that's the point.
Yeah, exactly.
The point, yes. The
What the-
Lagrange.
Sorry, I'm
The point.
getting all of these puns out now because then
No,
I'm
no,
gonna
no,
have
no,
to try
hold
and
on
figure
to
out how to do
those.
puns. No, I have to figure out how to do puns in sign language.
Okay, that's fair.
Okay, fair.
Wonderful.
I'm learning. It's getting there.
Okay, so we've got the Lagrange, and I promise I will try to make as few ZZ Top jokes as possible, because that is also how you spell
All I'm
Lagrange.
gonna hear the
Which is
whole
one of their
time
famous
is,
songs.
Ha 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 ha.
How?
I like to imagine people see the name and they're like, Lagrange? What?
Yeah.
Lagrange.
Yeah, I'm calling the Lagrange.
Yeah.
Is that how you say it? Lagrange. Okay, cool. We have a ship name. Fantastic. So you've got the Lagrange. So as I mentioned, you're gonna wake up without really your memories.
Mhm.
But let's go around. I'm just gonna use the overlay order just to keep my own sanity here. So let's start with Blister. Without going into what Blister's past might have been, what type of personality does Blister have, and what do you think their just innate goal would be in life.
So, in terms of personality, Blister tends to be, they're the kind of person that just fits in when you need something done. You know how you'll have a bonus card or like an extra slot or something like that? That's Blister. Blister is the
Okay.
kind of person that you just have off to the side. They're like, oh, you know what? Blister could do that. They're a filler.
So a
They're
jack of all
Sort of
trades.
like a
less of a jack of all
jacker.
trades, more of a they'll do in a pinch. So
Okay.
they know enough, but they don't know enough to really be useful all the time. They've got a few specialized skills which don't tend to come up very often. I would say their drive, or at least their goal, would be figuring out why they know how to cook so well, and yet they're better at talking.
Mm.
Okay. Why do they know how to cook so well?
Do we want actual answers, or do we want
No.
amnesiac answers?
Amnesia answers. So why do they know how to cook so well?
They know how to cook so
'Cause-
well because it,
And then
I think it's probably because they have to take the lion's share of work. So they end up just learning how to cook and do other things. Not necessarily
Okay.
well, but it's a filler's job to do any job at any time.
that's fair. So they get KP duty all the time.
Exactly, yeah. And nobody wants to cook.
Okay. Why did they talk so well was the other one, right?
The reason they talk so well
Fantastic.
is probably so they can get either into or out of the things they actually want to do. So they've learned what
Okay.
they need to say to kind of get into a better position as a filler. You know, even as someone who has to do multitudes of jobs, you're like, I don't really like that one. I wonder if I can talk my way out of that.
Okay.
So not so much devious, but just a way of getting ahead.
Gotcha. Okay. That is useful information. Also, I think I've mentioned this before, but just as a reminder, so if you are worried about your character's past, and I'm sure you all have ideas of what has happened that you want to use. So I did want to clarify, this isn't going to be I'm going to dictate to you your backstory. I will work with you between sessions to fill those things in.
I've got a few ideas as well.
Perfect. So I will take an active or least active role in writing your own character's backstory as you would like.
Okay.
So that brings us to Vanessa. Tell us a little bit about Annalise as far as their personality and what are their innate life goals.
When I was first kind of trying to figure out who Annalise is as a person, I pictured her to be a very outgoing character. She's more so the person who would be willing to lend a hand. If she sees that somebody's down and out and can't really figure out the situation, she's probably more inclined to take that on. I picture her to be a little bit naive, but very well-meaning. So she's trying her best.
Okay, and what do you think their innate goal would be?
From a standpoint of not knowing what the hell is happening, I think that I guess the thing that carries over with her, regardless of if she knows who she is or not, is just the sense of needing to do anything that she can. Like she's a very especially headstrong, I think, when it comes to doing anything that can help. So if even if she doesn't know who her shipmates are, if there's a problem, she's still going to want to try and help. So she's very much kind of like a hands-on problem solver. So I think that's probably the route that she'll go.
So they'd be the person to be like, yo, if there's a problem, you all solve it. Check out the beat while the DJ revolves it.
Yeah, she's like,
I know I'm terrible. I know.
yeah, she's like, hey, I see that you have a problem. Let me help you fix it.
Okay. So just wants to help, basically.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
She's a good gal. She's trying her best.
Okay. How about Guy? what would you say, Alex, is Guy's personality?
There's no translation for that.
I know.
Hi,
Hold
my
on.
name is Guy. Guy is mute. First off,
Okay.
going to be speaking. I have a notepad I'm going to be using
Oh, good.
for any vocalization, as well as I am working on my sign language.
That's really
but
cool.
It's hard when you have arthritis too in your
Fair.
hands, and yeah. God damn it! Getting better though. Yeah. So Guy is older, probably the most of the crew. Like he's in his late 50s. He's from Earth, sort of thing, like Quebecois attitude. Uh, you Canadians know what I mean. Gay Quebecois trans man. You guys know exactly what I'm talking about.
We love to see it.
Thanks for that gifted sub.
Oh dang. Yeah. Yeah. So Guy he's kind of curmudgeonly. Most of the time, tends to view anybody else trying to do his job as being really fucking stupid for trying to do his job because he doesn't know why necessarily, but he knows this fucking shit. He knows this shit better than he knows his dick currently.
Okay. So mechanically inclined, for sure.
Very mechanically inclined. May possibly have a mortal enemy. And
Nice.
woke up within his hand, had a pair of welded wedding rings together on a chain.
Okay. Just taking some notes of keywords here.
Oh yeah, I know how you work, Raven. What do you think? I prepared keywords.
That's totally fair. Okay, cool. I think I've got a sense for Guy here. What about Jacques? What would you say their personality is like?
Mainly laid back. Wants to. They are the doctor. They want to.
Laid back?
They need to keep a cool head in order to do surgeries.
Okay, so laid back, medically trained, and what do you?
And also doubles as the ship's psychiatrist.
Good to know. What would you say, like, if they didn't know anything about their personal circumstance, about their life, but they just, had their skills, and he has, his personality, just based on that, what would you say his life goal is? And that can be super generalized, or it could be very specific. And by generalized, I mean it could be as general as, like, world peace. Just as an example.
I would say Jacques' goal would be to get to know the rest of the crew.
Rebuild the
okay.
medical profile, so to say.
Mm-hmm. Medical and psychological profiles.
Okay. Got some good stuff there. And then last but not least, what about Gabrielle?
Well,
Clearly they're going to be a little bit different.
yeah, because I'm the android, and Gabrielle isn't even sure if that's their designated name. That's just a name that's in their storage banks. It's the only one they have. And the issue is that she doesn't really have any basis for personality or anything, but she's very meek, quite subservient. She will do pretty much anything you ask her to. But what she doesn't understand is why pretty much most of her is finished looking. She has synthetic skin and things like that, except her arms. and why they have blades installed in them.
Okay.
And so her hands and arms are not finished, and she doesn't understand why. But she has many skills. She can link to the computer. Cat, did you come to scream at me? Come on. And she has many skills dealing with the ship and everything, but she's just as confused as anyone else. And no, it's not quite Wolverine. They're more in her forearms. But
what's his name from Mortal Kombat? Bakara or something like that?
Yeah, kind of like that.
Baraka. I
Yeah,
think.
yeah. So
Okay. Very cool. That gives me a good idea of what your characters are like. Before we go easing ourselves into the story, do any of you have any questions about the setting or about the system in relation to your character sheet, anything like that before we jump in?
If I may, what
Absolutely.
kind of time period are we in terms of, it's obviously sci-fi, but is it like capitalist hellhole space? Is it egalitarian wonderland? What are we feeling?
The first
And
one.
are there aliens?
Yes, also
There
are there
are-
aliens?
There are not aliens,
Okay.
so there's just, as far as different types of sentient species, you've got humans and you've got androids, and that's about it.
Okay.
And androids are not that common. They're
Yeah,
not
I'd be
rare
highly
like
disappointed.
they're not rare like Data from Star Trek. But generally, you're not going to have like a lot of them on a single ship. Usually, there's just one per ship. And they are considered to be much like androids are in most sci-fi.
Okay.
So they are sentient. There's some of them that are more sentient than others, but generally they are kind of in the servant role.
Mhm.
So there's some limits to different things that they can access in public spaces, though in private spaces they're able to do whatever.
Right.
Um,
In terms of setting, do you want us to tell you either privately or publicly what our flaws and traits and everything are, or do you want us to emerge those as we play?
while we're still out of character stuff, I would like to know what they are.
Okay.
And then a quick note on the setting as well, just to clarify the galaxy. You're in the normal galaxy that we're all in. Earth is still a thing, but it's not the most popular place because it's kind of been used up at this point. So it's sort of the bad neighborhood of the galaxy, I guess you could say. It's kind of run down and
Should gentrify Earth.
yeah. And what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, it's run by corporations.
Okay.
So basically, instead of big governments, you have big corporations that kind of run their different sectors. And then there's a private police force, which we're going to call the Galactic Police Force, or GPF. And they're supposed to be neutral and for justice, but they're pretty darn corrupt. Not quite as bad as the corporations, but they're pretty corrupt. So you'll find good cops in there, but for the most part, they're all just like there for a paycheck.
Gotcha.
So I think that about covers it. So yeah, let's do the virtues and flaws. What do we have for Blister? Also, I'm getting some feedback
I
from
don't-
somebody. I'm
not
not
sure.
sure where it's coming from. But if you want to check, it almost sounds like the microphone's picking up the speaker from somebody. So just double
I've
check
been
those.
muted.
Yeah, I'm not sure
Yeah,
where it's
same.
coming from. What was that, Quinn? Or Jock?
I was pointing to the mute button.
Oh. All right, we'll figure it out. But yeah, Blister, go ahead and start with you. What are your virtues and flaws?
My virtues are that I am influential, and the group that I've chosen is criminals. As
Okay.
well, I have a liver of steel. My
Nice.
downsides are that I am unlucky and that I have a mortal enemy.
Liver of steel. And unlucky and mortal enemy are always fun ones.
Yep. I'm just hoping my mortal enemy isn't one of my crew members.
We'll find out. Pardon me 1 second. My cat is freaking out. There you go. Can you stop doing that, kiddo? Thank you. Okay. So for Annalise, what about virtues and flaws there?
For Annie, we have intuitive, and she is a linguist.
And linguist, nice.
For flaws, she is a scaredy cat, and she does have a personal code.
Okay, scaredy cat and personal code. Nice. What is their code?
We're gonna go with one of the suggested, always help the weak.
Okay, that makes sense. Help weak. And then Guy, I know we got already talked about mute for one of the downsides. What about the rest?
Well, he does have a mortal enemy, as I mentioned before.
That's right. Mortal enemy.
And for his virtues, he's an engineer. He's a
Engineer,
very-
nice.
He's a cynical engineer.
Love it. Okay. And then Jacques, what did you have?
I have alert, hearing, and intuitive for virtues. And for flaws, I have
Okay.
scaredy cat and personal code.
And what is your personal code?
Always treat the sick.
Okay. Personal code, always treat the sick.
Raven, did you not, pet her enough today?
There's never enough pets.
Yeah, she's had food, water, and a crap ton of attention from me and from Rowan today. She's just being a butt. Okay. And then for Gabrielle, what about virtues and flaws there?
I always forget Gabrielle's me. I have to get used to Gabrielle. Mine are truth teller is a flaw
Okay, I like
and
that.
personal code.
Yeah.
And I have to fulfill a request.
Okay.
And then my virtues are learned
Makes sense.
and mind like a trap.
Fantastic. Mind like a trap. Okay. Well, I think that gives us plenty of information to get started. Unless there are any other questions before we get into the actual story. Okay. So you are all going to find yourselves suddenly waking up. You hear alarms going off, and you find yourself sort of. It's almost like being in a tiny closet, but you can see out of the door, and there's plenty of air. So anybody that is prone to any kind of claustrophobia or anything like that, it's not a claustrophobic space. You still can see quite well. But that's where you find yourself. You can't remember anything about why you're there, where you are. You don't even remember anything about yourself, not even your own name. But one by one, these doors are going to start to open, and for Gabrielle, it's going to be a little bit different. So we'll come back to her. But we're going to start with Blister. Blister, your door opens first, and you're able to step out into what looks like a spaceship corridor. You know what that is.
Mhm.
You find that you have a basic knowledge of the world,
Right.
just nothing about yourself. There's some sort of gas that seems to be creeping along the floor of the ship, and immediately you can tell that's probably what the alarm is about.
Am I wearing clothes?
You are in a sort of form-fitting, like exercise suit. A modern equivalent would be like what you see bikers. By that I mean like cyclists
Right.
doing road bikes. So it's very sleek and flattering,
Okay.
and very very comfortable. But it's not the most, I guess.
It's function over form.
Yeah, it's not the most stylish.
Right. Are there other pods down this corridor, or am I the only one?
Well, let's get some rolls going.
Sure.
Go ahead and roll sight, and we'll see how well you're able to let your eyes adjust to what's
Okay.
going on.
Rolling.
And the corridor looks actually a little bit like what's on Vanessa's board there. So a 19, that's a pretty good roll right off the bat. So yeah, you look around and you're able to see through the smoke and the haze that's starting to fill the corridor that there seem to be a lot of these pods sort of situated evenly throughout the corridor. Immediately you can see at least 3 others.
Okay. Is there a door at either end of the corridor that looks like there's light coming out of it?
Not really. The ship's decently lit. It's not super dark.
Okay.
You can see that this corridor goes down into another hallway that forks off into 2 different directions.
Gotcha.
And then the other end of this corridor seems to go towards something else. You see a big, really big door, like a bulkhead type door, but it's closed.
I'm going to start looking through the pods and see which person looks like they would be the most in authority. Like just judging on size and kind of how they look, who might be the best at giving orders?
You're able to see a couple of people immediately. Go ahead and give me a gut feeling check.
Okay.
We'll see if you get anything off that while I go grab my cat.
Sounds good. Cat's very important to the roll, so. Oh god. I have no gut feelings about this.
A for effort.
A for effort, D for decision making. Oh no, did I pick
Okay.
the right?
So with a 4, yeah, I'm gonna say that you see probably Annalise. Out of the 2 or 3 that you're able to see immediately, that's probably the one that you come across with a 4.
Okay.
You're not able to make out much. It turns out it's really hard to see through these doors from the corridor side, whereas it's easy to see from the inside. So you're like, this person looks like maybe they could be authoritative.
Okay, I will do my best. If there's like a control panel or anything like that, I'll see if I can like pop them out of it or something like that.
Yeah, you do see a control panel. It looks like it's showing an error message.
Okay.
There's a little sort of like a caution symbol, so a red triangle with an exclamation point in the middle.
Right.
But as you're fiddling with it, trying to figure out how to open it, you're able to tell it's nothing that you did, but just happenstance, the door opens up right at that point.
Okay.
So, Annalise, same situation. You don't know who you are, where you are, why you're in this box, but the door opens up and you see this person standing in front of you that seems to have been frantically messing with the control panel right next to your little room. What do you do?
So is this person like directly in my field of vision or kind of like off to the side?
Pretty much right in front of you, maybe slightly to one side.
Yeah, I'd say I'm like peeking in.
She does not move, makes eye contact, and just prays to God that this person is not gonna kill her.
Okay, I got the door open. We should probably get out of here. There's a lot of smoke.
Upon hearing that, Annalise kind of like looks around to see if she can actually determine that there is indeed smoke around.
Yes, there is.
Yep. She does step out of her pod. She still doesn't say anything.
Mhm.
She's very cautious. She's not moving very quickly, but she does step out.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna go and start mashing on other keypads, even though I know that nothing actually happened.
Okay. While you're mashing on keypads on one, from behind you and off to the side, you hear a door opening up. And that's going to be Guy. Same deal. You don't know who you are, where you are, why you're in this box. There's alarm bells going off, and there's gas everywhere as the door opens up. Somebody has put you into this very comfortable and flattering, albeit odd, outfit. Because you don't remember putting it on. And there's a couple people out in the corridor, dressed very similarly.
Guy is hearing alarms. Alarms mean something's wrong. Guy is immediately going to run on instinct. Where is his instinct telling him to run?
Instinct is telling you to run down the corridor towards where it's forked, and then go right from there.
Guy's booking it.
Okay, go ahead and roll nimbleness, and let's see how quickly you're able to run away.
See how much he falls over his face. 13.
So a 13. With a 13, you're still kind of groggy. You just came out of cryo sleep. So you start to run expecting your legs to work like normal, but they don't. So you're not falling on your face, but you are kind of tripping over, just floor plates
Like a
that you normally
normal
wouldn't.
fall.
It's going to be using the walls, but it's going in a direction.
Yeah, you make it down the corridor. It's not the fastest, but it works. Certainly not the most graceful, but you make it to the fork at least.
Hey, are you?
And at that point, go ahead. We'll do that before I go on to the next.
No, that's
person.
fine. That's just me yelling after Guy as he goes.
Okay.
I didn't hear what you said.
It was just, hey, are you okay?
Okay. As you're trying to figure that out, from further down the corridor behind all of you, so closer to that bulkhead big door, there's another door that opens, and Jacques, same situation. No idea who you are, where you are, why you're in this box, why you're in this very comfortable but odd outfit. And there is some sort of gas, like a fog, sort of heavy gas along the floor, and there's alarm bells going off. What do you do?
Jacques will instinctively reach for his clipboard and not find it. And then look around, take stock of his situation.
Okay. You do immediately notice Blister and Annalise. You might not notice Guy, as he's sort of booking it down the road.
Anyone know what is going on?
I was hoping one of you might know what was going on. There's a lot of smoke.
Annie just shrugs a little bit. It's just like this dainty little shrug.
Interesting. Very.
So
very
someone just ran off that way. He looked tired.
Hmm. I shall go in the other way.
Okay. All right.
Starts walking off in the other direction.
So, Jacques, you don't have to walk very far before you come across a bulkhead that is closed. It's a big, giant door. It's the size of the corridor. It's shut. You don't immediately notice how to open it. You can take some time to inspect that or sort of switch gears. Which would you like to do?
Absolutely. I will look for a mechanism to open the door.
Okay, go ahead and do a sight roll.
14.
So 14. So with a 14, yeah, you notice that there is a control panel. It's just like a numeric keypad with an enter button. You're not really able to remember a code or anything like that. You're not sure what you need to open this. Actually, let's say it's a QWERTY keypad, not a numeric one.
Looks around for a notepad or clipboard or something.
Don't notice anything here, but with that, we're gonna hop over to the bridge of the ship, where Gabrielle, you suddenly come online with a massive gap in your memory files. You recognize that you are on the Lagrange. You know how to operate the ship. You're able to connect to it wirelessly. Glitch, come here. My cat is being so needy.
She's never been pet ever.
I know, it's been like 30 seconds.
You could have the cat in your lap.
And she wouldn't stay there. Or I would. But you come online and, yeah, you realize that there's certain files that you're not really able to access, like the crew manifest, things like that. But there is an environmental problem, and the ship is telling you that there is essentially one of the environmental pipes that pumps different types of gases throughout the ship has ruptured, and it's leaking, let's say, coolant into that corridor, which is toxic.
And you said I have access to the ship?
You do. You're able to, essentially, you've got Wi-Fi, and you can sync up with the ship.
Can I do repairs through that link, or do I have to manually enter the console?
There's some repairs that you can do through it, but this is going to require somebody to actually physically replace that pipe.
Okay.
There are spares on board in the cargo bay, but yeah, somebody will have to physically go get it and replace the pipe.
I am going.
You can shut off the flow to that pipe though from here if you want.
I would like to do that.
Okay. Go ahead and do a tech engineering roll.
18.
Very nice.
It's a pretty easy matter to shut that off. So you access the right command and the right program, and it shuts off the gas. Everybody else, you notice that hissing sound that you were hearing of gas pouring in slowly stops, and it just seems to settle on the bottom of the corridor very slowly dispersing. What else would you like to do, Gabrielle?
You said I don't have access to any manifest.
You can tell that they exist, but they're inaccessible.
Like, so I know there are people with me.
I'd say it's a good assumption. You know that the ship has a crew, you just don't know who they are, how many of them that there are, or anything like that.
Okay, I'm going to use the ship's, lack of a better term, PA system.
Okay. Yeah, the ship has an intercom. Or PA system.
And we're calling this Lagrange?
Lagrange.
Lagrange. All members of Lagrange shuttle crew, please remain calm in state of emergency. Please remain calm. The situation is being handled. Anyone with forms of technical engineering, would you please report to the bridge at this time?
Well, I think everything's fine now. They said everything we can be calm, right?
Guy is still going along where things were telling him to go, even though the alarms are off now, because like it seemed like a good idea at the time.
Okay. Yeah, you're continuing to head down that corridor then. So you get to the fork, you turn right. Most of these corridors look very similar. But you can tell that this one, just instinctively, you know that it's leading you towards an engine room. You're still a little wobbly though. What's everybody else doing?
Do any of the other pods have anyone in them?
You can try to look at them, but it's really hard to tell.
Okay.
You're not sure.
Does anyone know how to open any of these pods?
Guy probably does, but he's down the corridor.
And I don't know if I know how to open the pods.
You can try to, and that'll probably tell you if you remember or not.
Mm-hmm. I would like to.
So it'd be a tech engineering. Okay. 13. So as you walk up to one, you instinctively punch in a code, and realize that you've done this before. You have a real sort of a basic knowledge of cryostasis. But the pad doesn't seem to be working. The pods seem to be malfunctioning. And you're not able to get it open.
I seem to remember the code, but it's not opening.
So maybe it's broken. Is the ship broken?
Well, one pod does not mean the entire ship.
I don't know. Smoke usually means the ship's broken. I mean, it's gone.
Yeah, it's starting to dissipate. It's getting thinner and thinner on the floor of the ship.
All crew, please report to the bridge at this time.
We gotta go to the
Yes,
bridge.
Yes, calmly and distinctively just walks to the bridge.
Do I have a memory of where the bridge is? If I start walking one direction, do I know kind of, oh, this is the right way?
If you had to tell somebody how to get there, you wouldn't be able to do it. But as you start walking, you just find yourself naturally wandering towards the bridge, which is down the left hallway
Okay.
at that fork.
Is that the case with all of the crew?
Yeah, pretty much everybody. You all...
Guy is in the engine room.
Yeah, as I said, Guy eventually ends up in the engine room. But everybody else, you're able to make your way to the bridge. Along the way, you do pass what looks like it might be a mess hall. There's another section where, and they're all sort of like hallways that you can look down and you see, okay, I think the mess hall's through there. You pass another one, and you're like, yep, those look like living quarters down that hallway. Um,
Like a
you
sense
have
of
this vague sense of,
familiarity without context.
exactly. And you're like, I think I remember throwing up in the bathroom over there. Just weird stuff like that. The whole thing is sort of like deja vu. Is kind of what it feels like. But eventually you make it to the bridge. And you find Gabrielle there. What do you do when you get there?
Are you the captain?
I am not. I am the ship's designated android.
What seems to be the matter?
There's a malfunction with a coolant pipe in our engine room. I've shut off the valve, however, it needs to be replaced.
Is there a captain?
I am unclear on that question.
That really does not seem to be my wheelhouse.
I'm gonna just
If I
start
had to guess.
inspecting consoles while we're chatting.
Okay. Yeah, what's up, guy?
So can I roll to find out what's broken in the engine room?
Yes. It'll be a mechanical engineering roll.
$14.
So with a 14, you look around, and the engine room actually looks like it's perfectly fine. There doesn't seem to be anything broken in here.
Okay. I'm gonna see if there's any consoles that would allow me to figure out what's broken.
Okay. There are some consoles there. You can go roll tech engineering on one of those.
Yep. 20. Oh, that's a 37. What's that? A 20.
Yeah, 20.
Let's see here.
Ah,
Uh,
roll good
so I'm
for
still trying
once.
Sorry, I'm still trying to figure out where that noise is coming from. Because I don't see anybody transmitting when I hear it, but
I'm also hearing
also don't
it,
have
yeah.
anything on my end.
Yeah, I hear it.
That is
too.
really weird. All right. So it's somewhere on the Zoom call. So with a 37 nat 20, the consoles tell you that there's a ventilation or a gas pipe essentially broken in the cryostasis section of the ship. So where you came from. You can also see that it's the supply has been shut off from the bridge, and a repair order has been issued for it.
The repair order says what it needs.
Yeah. There's actually a pipe here in this section of the ship that you could get, and you could try to go repair it if you'd like.
Yeah, it feels like the right thing to do. This feels normal. And Guy's gonna roll with it until it gives up on him.
Okay. So you're grabbing the pipe and heading that way. And then Blister, you said you wanted to check the consoles on the bridge.
Yeah, I wanted to see if any of them are like accessible, if I can kind of pull up any information on them, or if they're all just blank.
No, there's different. You can see clearly there's different stations on the bridge, obviously set up for different roles. And as you look at the consoles, they're all functioning, but they do have a sort of like computers locked on it, so you have to like type in a password.
Do I remember any like if I just instinctively go to type something in, does anything kind of come to mind?
Yes. I'm gonna say that there's a couple of consoles where you just type in something instinctually, and it says access denied.
Okay.
But there is one towards the back of the bridge. When you go to type it in, it unlocks. And you're able to tell that this is a communications console.
Okay.
So you're able to access long-range communications, ship sensors.
And I remember
sort
this
of
kind of thing. Like, this feels kind of familiar now.
Yeah, it's one of those, you couldn't describe your experiences with it, but you just know how to do it.
Right. So in that case, I'm just going to follow my gut and start scanning kind of native or local frequencies around us and see if A, anyone's out there, and B, if we're like receiving anything.
Okay. Go ahead and roll tech engineering on that.
And you. Where are you? There you are.
So with a
13.
A 13? You're a little fuzzy on details. It takes you a minute to kind of reorient yourself with what's going on. As best as you can tell, though, there doesn't seem to be anything in the immediate vicinity, and kind of looks like you're in sort of just like an empty part of space. So the equivalent of driving way out into the middle of nowhere in the country.
Right, no signal, no nothing,
Yeah. You're not lost. Like, you can tell that the ship is somewhere that is known, but it's far away from. Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to keep that to myself. I'm just going to pretend like the console was trying to lock me out again, and I'll just lock it out and go back to join the other three.
Okay. Annalise, what are you doing?
That is a good question. What is Annie doing? I think for the most part, Annalise is taking a more cautious approach. She's not actively kind of messing with anything yet. She's more concerned with why they were called to the bridge and what she can gather just kind of by observing rather than touching anything. So she's kind of quiet. She's not making any moves as of right now. She's just kind of trying to see what she can gauge by just observing, basically, right now.
Okay. So you notice much the same thing that Blister did then, that there are several different consoles, enough for each of you to have your own, essentially. And the bridge also has a pretty large viewport, which looks like it's currently covered by something, maybe like some sort of external shielding. But you can tell that it's essentially a giant window with some sort of metal shutter on the outside that's closed at the moment. You can also get a pretty good visual observation of everybody that's there. So Blister, Jacques, and Gabrielle. And everybody seems to not know what's going on. Gabrielle's probably the one that seems the most together, but everybody still seems to be pretty confused.
Okay. Annie she takes a very slow lap around. Like, she's still not touching anything, but she's just gonna kind of go around and look at everything. So
okay.
She doesn't do anything yet.
Okay. You have a really strong sense of deja vu. Like, you've been here before, but yeah, nothing specific springs to mind. What about Gabrielle? So these people have come in. They all seem familiar to you. You recognize their faces in your databanks. But again, any information associated with them seems to be inaccessible.
She's going to look to Annie, because she's the one moving around a lot right now, and just say, "Please state your designation."
Annalise looks between Gabrielle and the others, and she just kind of like opens her mouth, closes it again. She doesn't quite know what to say.
Okay.
Please state your designation.
She looks to Blister first, and kind of like holds out a hand, like, do you know? Do you want to take this?
I think you're probably the captain, right? It's got to be captain. Is it you? I think it's. No. Who are you?
Are you talking to Annie or to Gabrielle?
To Annie.
Oh, okay. Annie looks kind of disappointed that Blister didn't have the answers. And she kind of runs a hand through her hair and she says, I don't know. I was hoping that maybe you could explain.
All of your faces are registered within my memory banks. However, there is no information to accompany it.
What's your name? And that's to the android.
I have no designation. The only name listed within my memory banks is Gabrielle Rosehill.
So your name is Gabrielle?
I do not know the answer to this question.
Seems like nobody knows who they are. Or nobody wants to say who they are.
I'm an android and possess no reason to lie.
It's just what an android would say.
Gabrielle's just gonna stare blankly at that. There is somebody missing from onboard designation.
The big one. They went the other way.
Guy, I think at this point you've probably reached the broken pipe and can repair it.
By the way,
Would you like to
Guy's
roll?
only like 5'7".
But you're big in presence.
Guy is not exactly big.
It's the personality. Because you're the only person who went running as soon as you came out of your pod.
Guy's just got big dude energy,
Yep.
I guess. But yeah, you can roll mechanical engineering if you'd like to fix the ship.
Yes, please. Oh God, I'm sorry. I am sorry. My voice has been breaking
It's all good.
again.
No worries.
And 15.
15.
have enough
It
Twitter
takes you a little bit.
Do we have any Twitter interactions yet?
Not enough. We're currently at 3, 4, 5, 6. And no spamming. Replies does not count.
Damn it. You let me get away with it once, and now you won't let me do it again.
So yeah, you're able to fix the pipe. It takes a little bit. You kind of have to remind yourself, like, okay, it was no, it's this step first, then that step. So it's a little bit slow, but you repair it, and at that, Gabrielle, you get a notification that the pipe's been repaired.
Update ship condition. Coolant pipe has been fixed. Ship running at again more optimal. Hazard averted.
And the alarms go off as well. They stop.
Oh.
Now
Alright.
Guy stops and looks around and realizes he has no fucking idea where the huck he is.
Sometimes you just
Standing
wake
there
up on a
with
ship and fix
tools,
it.
and he has no idea where he is.
Oh my goodness.
Blackout drunk.
Okay. Well, Guy, you've heard the voice on the intercom. You know that there are people because they yelled at you earlier, and you know that there is a bridge where everyone was supposed to go. Uh,
A guy is gonna guess it's down the other side of that corridor.
Perfect.
Still
As you
carrying his tools.
Perfect. As he does, much like everybody else, you get that sense of deja vu. You're like, this is the way to the bridge, I think. And like as you pass each hallway, you get that. Was it that? No, it's not that way. It's this way. And you get a sense of familiarity with the ship. And eventually, you reach the bridge where everyone is.
That's the one. That's the big one.
Yes,
Are they the captain?
I have no memory of this inquiry. They wish to communicate.
Can you translate that at all?
I can attempt.
Would Annie be good for sign?
Yeah, I think having the linguist virtue, you'd be able to know sign as well.
I got you covered, guy.
Guy is currently saying, "Who the fuck?" Basically saying, "Who the hell are all you?
And why are you on my ship?
Who are all you?"
Um,
Kind of using the things while the tools while he's gesturing.
Annie just kind of laughs because she's nervous in this situation because she has no idea. So she kind of gives a little laugh and she shrugs.
And Guy's response to that is,
Well, she doesn't like that very well, so she's not talking to you anymore. No, she says, I have no idea who any of these people are, and I don't know who you are, and I'm not quite sure why I can understand what you're asking, but that's where we are.
this is where I'm failing right now because I don't know enough sign language yet. So bear with me if I may be slow and descriptive more than anything.
You can even just say you're saying this in sign language if you can't.
Yeah, I'm really
Yeah.
trying actively to use the sign as I do it because I'd like to get to the point where I can just sign along with whatever I'm doing and saying as well. Yeah, so Guy is just like, sorry, I'm gonna. Here we go. Sorry.
If you can, feel free to say it as you're motioning it as well.
Indicative I as a person. F-I-X.
I believe they are indicating they are an engineer.
Okay, so we have an engineer.
Did you fix our coolant problem? They fixed the coolant problem.
Okay. So that's why you ran off, right?
They would like a pen and paper to write with.
I'm gonna dig around the
that can be
comm panel and find pen and paper if there's some in there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, when that's mentioned, any one of you or all of you might have the memory triggered of, oh yeah, there's a supply cabinet in here with, and it's like high-tech office supplies essentially. Yeah, there's probably not exactly pen and paper, but there's like a
data slate or something.
Yeah, it's like a digital whiteboard.
Nice. So, well, I'll, whoever's doing that, if I can do it, I'll hand it.
In the meantime, I'm going to look to Jacques.
Fixed.
Please state your designation.
I wish I knew.
It appears we are all suffering from a form of collective amnesia.
What happened?
Oh, I fixed the pipe. What happened? Unclear. It seems we received some kind of external damage.
Android, do you know where we are?
You do actually know where the ship is. The ship's currently off in a remote section of space. You're sort of in the one of the outer rings, if you will, of corporate territory, where there's a lot of mining planets, and yeah, you're a decent way away from any spaceport or known shipping lane, but you are somewhat close to a couple of mining planets.
We're in a remote part of the galaxy, near mining and corporations. However, we do not exist anywhere near any stations. This ship received damage.
So why can't any of us remember who we are?
Unclear. It is possible that while being brought out of stasis, something went wrong. But the fact that I have also been affected is alarming. Something has actively corrupted my files. Am I able to show him damage?
Yeah, there's a display panel on one of the walls that you can pull up, and it does show say there's probably like an asteroid impact or something like that on one part of the armor plating. It's nothing major, like it's really more of like a dent than actual damage, but it was enough to blow out a coolant pipe.
Gotcha. So I will indicate to the console.
Do you have any memory of where we were going?
So you do have a flight plan in your memory banks that you can access, which was going to one of the mining planets. We'll call it I'm drawing a blank. We'll call it Echo 2 as the name of the planet, where they mine, let's say, some kind of metal ore that's used in ship construction. So you have a flight plan going there, but no mission statement or anything like that of what your objective is.
My memory banks are able to tell me that we are headed towards Echo 2, a mining planet. However, our purpose for arriving there or traveling there in the first place is unclear.
I don't think I was a miner. Why
Do you
would-
think
why-
anything on the ship that could tell us why we were going there? Let's, I don't know, maybe look around.
I will be able to access any locked doors within the ship.
Can I check the logs on the console, the comms console?
You may.
So I'm going to go over to the comms console and kind of re-log into it and see if there's any logs we had from the last, 2 days.
Yeah. So you do have some con communication. There's records of a subspace communication with someone named Tolan. And you see that they've been messaging you quite a few times since then. So you had one communication from a couple days ago where you can tell there was a two-way conversation, and after that there's it's kind of like looking at a phone that's got a bunch of missed calls.
Right, okay.
It's kind of what it looks like.
What was the content of the message when we had the two-way con, if there was a one at all?
You can pull up a playback part of the conversation if you'd like.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. So it comes up, and you can see this fancily dressed guy behind a desk. It's all very sleek and modern looking. And the record of the conversation, there's bits and pieces missing of it, so it'll just sort of like static out for a while and then come back in. But you get the gist that you were doing a job doing something with the miners. You were supposed to go there, do something. It involved the miners. You were getting paid a lot, and the guy was treating you all like mercenaries. You got the sense that you were not there to do any mining work. So you can try to roll gut feeling to get a little bit more.
Okay. I will absolutely do that. Where are we? Mr. Gut feeling.
But that conversation was, I'm going to say 3 days ago, actually.
3 days. Okay.
So with a 5, that's about all you get, yeah. Anybody else can roll that as well, though.
What
What
would
is
we
it?
roll?
Gut feeling.
Oh, I'm not rolling that. No.
Oh yes, I shall most certainly roll gut feeling. 25.
I think for Gabrielle, you could probably roll education in place of gut feeling.
What about recall? Could I do recall?
It's more of like analyzing a situation
Okay.
for variables to determine probabilities
Fair enough.
instead of going with your instinct. So Jacques got a 25. Okay. So
22.
Jacques and Gabrielle, the two of you gather that you're there as muscle. Three possibilities. You're there to intimidate the miners, you're there to protect the miners, or you're there to haul something, because you do know that the ship has a decent-sized cargo bay. So you're there to potentially take something and deliver it through some sort of dangerous territory. Those are the three most likely scenarios that you are able to sort of hypothesize based on the conversation and the person's tone.
Okay.
Took me a minute to find my gut feeling. Rolled a
No
2,
worries.
but I didn't put my bonus in there for my intuitive, so it's actually a 7.
Ooh,
Oh, but is that a nat 1?
but it's a nat 1.
Yeah.
It is a nat 1. So you get the impression from this conversation, Annie, that you're on a medical mission of mercy. That you probably have some sort of medical supplies in the cargo bay, and you're there to treat everyone for some disease.
Great.
Good,
We
good.
love it.
That was your takeaway.
Was there anything in the video that told us about a time frame?
You get the sense that this was an urgent mission, and since this message was 3 days ago, and you've had like a dozen missed calls from this guy, they're probably getting kind of antsy.
Something's up.
Right as you put 2 and 2 together with that, it's about the time that, lo and behold, there's another call, and the caller ID says Tolan.
They're calling right now.
And with that, I think we're going to go on a break for about 10 minutes so people can stretch their legs, grab snacks, whatever you'd like to do. And when we come back, we'll find out what happens with this phone call. So we'll be back in 10 minutes. And we're back. So when we left off on the break, you just received a call from Tolan. This is probably like the 13th time that he's tried to call in the past couple of days. After watching a corrupted audio call of learning that you're supposed to be going to this mining planet called Echo 2 for some unknown reason. The more successful roles out of the group determined it was either to intimidate the miners, to protect the miners, or to deliver a cargo through a dangerous sort of situation. And then we had one Nat 1, which determined that it was a medical mission of mercy. So, the call's coming in. Who's going to answer it, or are you going to ignore it?
Just gonna surreptitiously press the button.
Hello.
So, as you press the button, it's a video call. So the screen pops up and you see it's wearing a slightly different suit. But it's the same office, same guy. And he looks at all of you and goes, "The hell have you guys been? I've been trying to call you for 3 days. Are you doing the thing?"
Of course we're doing the thing. We're en route to doing the thing. Right now, in fact.
What's taking you so long? You're supposed to have like one of the fastest ships out here.
We were met with malfunction after colliding with an asteroid.
Colliding with an who's flying the thing? You know what? It doesn't matter. I don't need to know the details. Just the client's getting antsy. So
The screen is suddenly filled with this.
asteroid damage. Okay, thank you. That was very not helpful. Our client's getting antsy, and you already got half the payment sitting in your cargo hold, so I really don't want to have to explain to them why their job's not getting done, or God forbid have to repay that. So let's keep our professional working relationship solid here and go get the job done. Okay?
Yeah. Can you do us a favor? Can you send us another list of manifest and whatever else we needed in terms of the job? We have a bit of a malfunction in terms of the ship's logs, so if we could get a little just a hit back. We had a bit of corruption. Can I roll a check on that?
You can. Would you like to sort of logically explain that, or do you want to try to charm
I would like
him
to
into
charm.
doing it? Okay.
Just kind of like, we've got it. We just, we need a little pick me up in terms of information.
Okay. So 22. That's actually a pretty decent charm. He goes, "Hey, Sparky, I always appreciate you and how efficient you are at your work. But I mean, there wasn't a manifest. Do you really need me to send you the official, contract
That
again?
asteroid took out a lot of damage.
It's
we're missing even some basic like crew stuff.
Well, I can't help you there, but you just have to go talk to the miners and convince them that this is in their best interest. I'll send you the thing, but just it's really not that difficult.
No.
You sure you're all okay? I mean, did any of you get hit by an asteroid? You all seem a little off.
Oh, that's silly. Don't be silly. We're one of the strongest ships in the universe.
I have no recollection of my purpose on this ship.
Jokes.
Okay, I'm gonna let you take care of your android. Just get the job done and don't go all radio silent on me for
Sorry,
days
what's
on
that?
end
You-
like that.
I bring up. I'm just gonna hit the end call button.
Annie's just in the background with two thumbs up.
All right. So Jacques had to run to take care of something. So I'm not sure if they'll be able to make it back. I'm gonna take a quick second here to just adjust our overlay. Talk amongst yourselves about what you think this job is. Nothing is forthcoming. Like you don't get an email or anything right away. Whatever he's sending, it's taken a while.
Okay, so
Jacques, by the way, God's right.
no good.
Jacques' name keeps sticking in my head for some reason.
Yeah.
It's a very easy name to say. Guy is actually not so much going to be talking to everybody because he's the only one who really understands him at all.
Mhm.
He's actually looking at the damage and he's just like kind of like tracing over it, kind of like not even thinking about it, but kind of thinking about what it would take to repair this sort of damage.
Okay.
So
There we go.
that was a lie, by the way. With all that, we're supposed to talk to minors. What are we doing here?
Well, we were trying to get more information from him, and you ended the communication.
I think we have enough information. We're supposed to tell minors that something's in their best interest, and he's sending us information. Later.
Perhaps you should go investigate the storage hold to figure out what it is we are transporting.
You sure you're not the captain?
Androids do not captain ships.
Well, that's backwards. Come on, you could be better than that. You could be a
I'm
captain.
afraid I cannot. It is not my place to be captain. I serve as an extension of this ship.
That guy seemed to know your name. He called you Sparky.
That's not my name, is it?
But are you sure about that? Annie looks quite amused.
Does Sparky feel like my name? Do I really have a feeling?
You definitely get the sense that it was a nickname.
Okay, so I'm
not
familiar.
not your real name.
Annie does like a
like-
circle around Blister and just kind of looks them up and down.
Like high school, like.
Yeah, I mean, you could look like a Sparky to me. I could dig it.
I appreciate
So
your
guys
vote of
very emphatically-
confidence, but as I said, I cannot serve as the captain.
So yeah, Blister, you got the sense that it was like somebody going, "Hey, sport! Hey, buddy! Hey, Sparky!" That was kind of the gist that you got.
Annie has made the
quick
executive
question too for-
decision. You are now Sparky. That's the way it's gonna be.
Shall I enter Sparky in as your official designation?
okay.
In my
Yes,
ship?
please do. Andrew,
I'm
do
Sparky.
that.
I'm
Sparky.
Noted, Sparky.
Well, at least I have a name. Who are you?
What does that say? What
To Annie. What if I ordered you to? Or Annalise. Sorry.
To the
To
Android?
the Android, I think. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay. What if I ordered you to?
I suppose one could force me to act as captain. However, I cannot take on an official role. It would only be temporary.
I think that they I think they are signing off on that.
If it is desired by more than one crew member, I suppose I can take on the role as captain for the time being.
I think that would be okay for now.
Quick reminder to Alex and Jay, you both have the gifted subs, so you can choose. So the options are a Switch, or sorry, an advantage, a switch and a d6, or 2d6. So Guy is doing 2d6. I'm assuming to the cast.
2d6.
Okay.
I know what you'll
and what
do
about
to
you,
me
Jane?
with a D6.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm gonna hold on to mine for just a minute.
Okay. Just let me know.
I didn't help
but now you have
Demon
2d6.
Xander for no reason.
Okay. Also, I need just the first person to answer evens or odds. Odds, okay. It is odds. So you do get basically the futuristic equivalent of an email. And it's super helpful. It goes subject to the crew of the Lagrange. Mission, talk to the miners about the thing, convince them it's in their best interest, use force if necessary.
And there's no mention of what the thing is.
What is the thing?
It's very cryptic. You get the impression that it's probably something illegal, and that's why it's not being explicitly detailed.
Like,
but there is a PS at the end of it. It's PS. If force is necessary, don't forget the thing in your cargo hold.
I'll read that out to the crew when it comes in. Thing in the cargo hold? Does anyone remember a thing in the cargo hold?
I have no information on the manifest. Again, we have access to the cargo and storage holds. We can go look for ourselves.
Can you rename the ship the cheap sunglasses?
What about Ray-Ban?
I don't know that we... Sparky has electrical attacks like Yamper? I'm not familiar with that.
It's a Pokemon. Like Yamper?
Yamper.
Yamper's a Pokemon.
That's a new one to me. Is it?
Yeah, it's from the latest. It's a corgi. It's a electric corgi.
Oh, that one. Okay.
Oh,
okay.
I know that one.
I did not know the name.
Yeah, we're gonna say that Sparky. We're gonna adjust this just a little bit because nobody has supernatural powers in this universe. So it's not quite like
Keep in mind that I am
innate
unlucky.
power. That is true. This is actually going to be a good thing for you to have electrical attacks. So instead, what you're going to find is in that communications console at that station, you suddenly remember that you had a stash of something. You're able to open a little drawer in there, and you find basically it's like a sort of like a taser, but instead of it being like two wires that shoot out, it shoots like electrical bolts.
Oh, nice! Like it arcs out. Okay.
Yeah, so it arcs out and can stun someone, and we're gonna say that is a single-handed weapon. We'll call that a 1d12 weapon. However, it's non-lethal.
Okay. I will put that in my equipment.
So the it's basically like a temporary loss of hit points if you hit somebody with it. So once the encounter's over, if they do manage to get down to 0, it'll knock them out. Once the encounter's over, it'll take them a while to recover. And then in the encounter, basically it doesn't really do anything until they hit 0, and then they'll pass out.
1d10 or 1d12? Sorry.
1d12.
Okay.
It is a heavy hitting gun, but it's a stun gun rather than a lethal gun.
Can I just kind of take that and try to sleight of hand that into a pocket without people noticing?
Absolutely. That's going to be a blend in roll to do this sneakily, to act nonchalant. Also, thank you very much to Michael for that donation.
What pockets?
It's a jumpsuit. It's got pockets.
Leotard.
Isn't it like skin tight?
It is kind of skin tight.
Oi.
I'm gonna say you're able to position it to where it looks like maybe part of your pec, or maybe you could fit it just
Probably,
right in the arch of your back, so
tuck it under the armpit or something like that.
You get it set up to where it looks like maybe you got like a funny growth on your back or under your arm or something, but it doesn't look like a gun. You do a decent job there, but yeah, thank you, Michael, for that donation. It's much appreciated, and the 2 gifted subs. Thank you so much. The cheap sunglasses thing. I don't know that we can rename the ship because we had the crew do that, but I will say that
Sweetheart, they wouldn't let me have
that
the caboose.
I will say that you do have a fake ship registration that you find on the bridge, so that when you're trying to sneak into places nonchalantly, sort of going under the radar, you can have the ship registered as the cheap sunglasses. So you can use that when people are actively looking for the Lagrange, and you don't want people to know that that's who you are. So, sort of a fake ID for the ship, calling it the cheap sunglasses.
Like
we'll go with that. Love it. Awesome. Cool. So yeah, you get that message, and there's something in the cargo bay.
Does anyone know how to fly
Jacques,
this thing?
I'm in
the
full
android does.
capability of controlling it.
See, that's why you're the captain.
Typically, a navigation crew would be in charge of that sort of thing, not a captain.
Take us to cargo?
Take us to cargo.
Of course, this way.
So follow along.
And with a curtsy, leads you out.
Gabrielle, you're able to lead them to the cargo bay, which
Guy has not let go of
is
his
sort of-
tools.
perfect. It's sort of just past the engine room. And in the cargo bay, you do see a bunch of crates, various different things scattered about. And then there is a big vault-looking thing with another QWERTY keyboard control panel just outside the door. None of you know what's in it. The ship sensors don't penetrate it. And Gabrielle, your memory logs seem to have been purposely erased regarding what's inside of it.
Okay.
Not even like how the other stuff is, where it's just inaccessible. Like, you can actually tell that data has been deleted.
And it's just for that one part of it?
Just for the vault in the cargo bay.
Okay.
It takes up like an eighth of the cargo bay.
But I can access the rest of the cargo bay. Okay.
Yes.
So I open up the cargo bay.
Okay. And yeah, inside is basically what I was just describing. So there's a bunch of crates. Some of them are long. They look like they might be weapons crates. There's small ones that look like they're for ammunition. Probably some of them are food. Looks like you're decently stocked. Like the ship could probably function without interacting with anything for a month or so. And as such, there's any kind of weapon or armor that you would like that's not too crazy. You're able to find in here, and you're able to tell that the weapons and the armor portion of this were part of your payment for this job.
What sort of knives are there?
What type of knives would you like?
What is the highest thing I can stab somebody with?
Like highest damage?
Yes.
Like a space age Bowie knife?
Yeah. We'll say like a space age Bowie knife. It's serrated on one end, It's made of some really cool steel that is super durable, so you could use it maybe to like pry things open if you needed to. And in the base, there's a power cell, and it has a heating element, so you can actually make the blade red hot. And we'll say that
I
does
can cut and cook.
yeah, we'll say that does 1d8 damage, and then if you use the heat part, it adds another we'll say that extra +2 damage if it's heated up. But that power cell will run out. So you have to recharge the power cell after every 2 encounters.
Are there any?
That was a 1d8.
1d8, sorry.
Yeah, 1d8, and then the heating part adds a +2. And the power cell lasts for 2 encounters. And then you just have to plug it into a power source for like overnight, we'll say.
Are there any clothes or anything that's not armor specifically that like we could replace the jumpsuits with?
Not in here. But you do have the recollection of like, oh, we did pass some living quarters. There's probably clothes in there.
And you said there was something big
1d8
that took up
2.
this whole, like a good chunk of the cargo.
I just realized I did. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out how to type this in. There we go. That's how to do it.
It's 2 +2. Is your physical attribute +2?
Yes.
Okay,
My-
cool.
my
Then yes, that
physical
makes
is
sense.
2.
That is exactly right.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry, I lost my train of thought. What were you saying there?
It's
Jay?
okay. So you said there was something large in here, like it took up an eighth of the cargo bay.
Yeah, it's like an eighth of the cargo bay, and one corner has been like walled off, and there's a big door that's super reinforced. There's a QWERTY keyboard display next to it. That's obviously the way that you unlock it.
Anyone remember what?
And yeah.
Guy's just gonna go around pushing buttons and see if anything registers.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot in terms of like consoles or anything like that. There's the the main door, the airlock, and then just the vault. That's about it. Other than that, there's just a couple of doors that lead in. The other door, the one that you didn't come through, just leads to another part of the ship.
Information of this part of the ship has actively been removed.
The guy on the screen said that we should use this if the miners don't cooperate.
I do not know if this is what he was referring to.
I mean, what else could he be referring to?
I was gonna try opening some of the other boxes, see what's in them.
Okay. It's mostly just guns. There's a little bit of armor. There's some knives, things like that. But it looks like you were equipped for a small army.
I would imagine he is referring to these.
And all of those things do seem to be like in their own little corner. It's pretty obvious that they were part of their own shipment.
Okay. So we have enough guns to make a whole army, and we're gonna go convince miners of a thing? Is that right?
That is what I've understood.
And we were paid half, which is this.
Correct.
Who pays in guns?
What? I'm sorry?
Who pays with guns? Who are we working for?
Unclear.
Yes. Do you have a way to make that clear?
I do not at this current time. I can keep trying to run different searches through my databanks, but at this time, things seem to be either completely removed or under some sort of lock and key, for lack of a better term. Sparky.
Yeah.
Oh no, I was simply getting used to referring to you by designation.
Of course, Sparky, because that's my name. My name is Sparky.
Annalise laughs from the other side of the cargo bay.
What if guns?
What if
to
guns
mines?
to
What if,
miners?
if the guns were going to the miners? But why would you give miners guns? You can't shoot rocks.
Certainly you can shoot rocks.
Well, conceptually speaking, yes, but why? They're not mining guns? They're not mining guns, are they?
You look through. There's several standard SMG type guns. So to use a modern day equivalent, there's some like P90 style, like some MP5 type deals.
Yeah.
And then there are some that look a little more high tech. And one in particular is a really, really long, like sniper rifle looking gun that looks like it does something different than shoot bullets. People want what miners have.
So
As in, they are being protected? Or we are protecting them?
I feel like maybe we should just fly there and ask the miners.
If you believe that is the best
Guy
course
is
of
getting
action.
really frustrated and turns to sorry, what's Anna? Sorry, this thing just decided to go into full screen all of a sudden, and I've forgotten Vanessa's character's name.
Annalise.
Annie?
And turns to Annalise and just like starts rapid fire. Just he's like, please tell them what I'm trying to say is maybe we should go and ask the miners if they were expecting a shipment.
And Annie does indeed relay this message. Do you think that maybe we could ask the miners if they were expecting a shipment?
That would be a logical solution.
That seems reasonable, but then why do we have a cordoned off little portion of the cargo bay?
I also find it rather hard to believe that if we were supposed to drop off a shipment, that we would need to use force if they didn't agree. That doesn't sound like that meshes well.
Yeah.
Take this shipment that you were expecting, or else.
Or else
I don't
we'll
know, it
use
just
more gun. Are we? I hesitate to use the word. Are we bad people?
Are we the bad guys?
Are we the baddies? Mostly what I was going for. Are we criminals? Are we?
I don't feel like a criminal.
I mean, neither do I. But we have a hold full of guns and a door that we can't open. And also, we have no memory of who we are. So there's that.
I will continue to mine through my data.
Is anyone else hungry?
Rations may be prepared by me, or if you simply wish to.
Oh, I'm gonna
eat them
cook.
As you wish.
But if I'm cooking, is anyone else hungry? I'm starving.
The engineer seems hungry. I do not eat sustenance.
Do you do food?
No.
Oh.
I think everyone would have a general knowledge that androids have like a charging bay.
Yeah.
Like if you're a Star Trek fan, the Borg regeneration stations. It's that kind of thing.
That was more the character being like kind of a sass bot. That's just
No. Gabrielle's the bot.
Get off my shtick.
Go back to your own shit, Raven. So I'm gonna head back up to the mess hall, and start like.
Okay.
Does it look like it was in disarray? Does it look like it was in recent use, or is it just kind of standard?
It's pretty clean. Nothing is left out. There's I mean, it's not much of a kitchen. It's mostly like
Like an eating area.
yeah. There's a little dining room, and then there's like an island in the room that has I am blanking on the name of a flat top.
Like a griddle?
The griddle. There you
Gotcha.
go. Something like that. There's another word for it. That
I know
I'm
what
trying
you
to
mean.
think of, and I just-
Yeah.
A skillet?
Yeah. Yeah, a built-in skillet into the
Okay.
counter. So it's got like that kind of cooking
Gotcha.
surface. But the sink looks a little odd. Sort of the space futuristic equivalent of like a camper sink, where it's obvious that your water supply is limited because you are on a
Right,
spaceship.
We're on a spaceship.
So you get the yes.
Oh my god.
It just dawns on you. Oh, we were just in a really
oh my
big building.
god! Did you guys know that we're on a spaceship?
It's kind of like a. How much did you forget?
I am dead. You have slain me.
Yes, freighter class Lagrange.
Okay, freighter class.
Yes.
You are on a freighter.
Do you have any logs of what the ship did before this?
Do I?
No.
No, not at this time.
Okay, so not only do we not know why we're heading there, what we were doing before this, or why we have all these guns. Did I miss anything?
You do not know who you are, Spark.
That's the one. We don't know who we're on.
Well, we know that this one's Sparky, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Who shall the others be? It is not sensible for only one to be designated, though I like to call that one engineer.
NG. And rolls off the tongue. No? No takers?
You know, Guy does like blades, so you know, and that's close to Genji.
Oh my god.
Makes sense.
God.
Ah, yes, Overwatch, the classic space game.
Yes. Everybody in space plays Overwatch, right?
We don't know who we are, but we know that there's Overwatch.
Guy is. Yeah, I was
Guy is
gonna say.
actively looking like he's basically my name is, and then just like my name is
NG.
Yes, designated an
Your name is fuck you. What?
He's designated an ancient Earth statue known as the Seattle Space Needle.
Okay.
That's what that means in sign language.
Seattle. I like that.
Does it
Yes.
really?
Oh wow, that's
That's amazing.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I'm gonna call you Seattle from now on.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you've got Sparky in Seattle. Okay.
And for you, she turns to Annalise.
That's a good question. I don't know. Do you guys have any suggestions? I'm open.
I'm just looking over at Seattle writing something. I feel like that's a phrase I should ever have to say. Little mouse? Little mouse.
I guess I have no better suggestions.
So, Little Mouse, Sparky, Seattle, Captain?
Android is fine.
Captain Android.
If you
Candroid.
wish.
Android. Oh my god.
If that is what you wish to call me.
Sure. Who knows? Why are we holding the guns? Why are there all these guns? Gandroid, can we go to the miners? Can you do that? That's the thing you can do, right?
Yes.
I'm
I can tell you. Can I tell
I'm
you like
just-
how far out we are from them?
yeah, about a day's travel.
We're about 24 hours from our destination.
I'm just waiting for the your name is Candroid, not Candroid joke to come up.
Outer
As fa-
damage.
As far as I'm concerned, there is no more outer damage that needs to be taken care of urgently.
It's it's a cosmetic dent essentially. It's a big dent.
That's
but it's
character.
a dent. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, Android, you are fully capable of piloting the ship. I'm not even going to make you roll for that, since you already have the flight plan laid in. The ship had basically just come to a stop. So you're all standing around, and you feel. I'm going to look around. You feel the ship start to sort of rumble a little bit, and you're kind of surprised that you're not surprised by this, if that makes sense. And you feel sort of this odd sensation of being stretched out a little bit as the ship jumps to FTL. The sensation is brief, and you're all able to just instinctively know, like, oh, we're moving it faster than
Right.
light. And the ship is on its way. So, Sparky, you are heading to the mess hall, I take it? And you, again, instinctively know where that is. And you find plenty of tools to cook with. The stovetop and everything is very simple, but you do have some nice tools. So like the pans and the chef's knives, things like that, are all pretty high quality, and you get the impression that that was a important purchase. Like somebody specifically bought that
Okay.
because they wanted high quality tools in the kitchen.
Okay. Yeah, I'll make a meal then, just while everyone's
Okay.
doing everything.
Let's see, what is cooking under?
Who knows?
I know there's not a specific cooking skill. So let's see.
Education, maybe.
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning that way. I could get the argument for naturalist as well if you wanted to go with that instead.
I'd go with education just
I'd
because
say
I have
one of
more in it.
Perfect. Yeah.
And I
I'm
have
gonna say you can use either for that.
cool,
skill.
and I have training in culinary tools. Does that give me any bonus?
Yeah. So if you have training in culinary tools, you'll add that training point into your or training points if you have
Right.
more than one into your skill
Okay.
roll.
So I will put that in. Oh, that is a bonus. Education. Oh, wow.
21. Nice. It's not like a 5-star restaurant fancy quality meal, but it is a really good home
It's
cooked
fancy
meal.
for the middle of space.
You're even notably able to do quite a bit with the type of ingredients you have, which is largely various flavored protein packs. God, my brain just went completely blank again for a second. Protein packs and preserved food, so non-perishable items. You do find a little bit of fresh vegetables in the refrigeration unit, but they look like they've been there a few days. It's starting to not be quite so fresh, but you're able to
Kind of prune them back.
salvage. Yeah. You salvage some of that, and yeah, you make a great meal.
If there is a PA in there, I will page everyone to the mess hall for a meal.
There is. Oh, I forgot to mention. I'm glad you said that. You also found personal comms, like Bluetooth earbud
Gotcha.
type
Okay.
deals. Enough for everybody in the cargo bay. So you can all stay in communication. Basically, to use it, you just have to like tap your ear.
Yeah, I'll do that.
To turn it
I won't
on.
even bother with PA. I'll just kind of like, there's food if anyone is hungry. It's in the mess hall, if you remember where that is. It's like down the hall to the you'll remember where it is. It's follow your nose.
Okay. What's everybody else doing then?
I obtain no olfactory sense. I will remain on the bridge.
Annie's good for food. She goes on.
Okay. And then, Guy, you mentioned you were wanted to look around. Was there a specific area you wanted to look around before you head to the mess hall? If you head to the mess hall.
Yeah, God's trying to find something other than this to wear.
Okay.
Because this is actually making him feel really weird about his chest.
Okay.
Real
So
uncomfortable.
with that, gotcha. With that, you much like Blister had previously, you have that realization of, oh yeah, I saw living quarters back there. I bet there's some different clothes in there. Yeah, there's a hallway. It's much like you would expect on a ship. They're sort of like arranged like hotel rooms in terms of, like, you know, there's a door, and then not that far further there's another door, which is obviously another room. All the doors are shut. They do have little panels that you can enter a code into. Instinctively, one of them in particular sort of draws you to it. It seems a little bit more familiar.
He's kind of like letting his hands kind of like drag along until it kind of like stops on that one, because it feels right to stop there. And he doesn't look at it. He just kind of lets his hand do what it wants to do, actively ignoring what it's doing.
Perfect. So yeah, your muscle memory kicks in, and you type the code in without even realizing what the code was. And that particular one, the door opens, and inside you see it's like a pegboard up on one wall with little hooks, and in several of the spots there's something missing, which lines up perfectly with the tools that you have on you. There's a little closet.
Tools all the way.
Perfect. There's a bed. There's a closet that has some clothes, whatever you would like. And then there's a little desk with a computer console, sort of like a personal computer. And probably some, you know, little decorations, whatever you would like to have it in there that would look like home for Guy.
It's got like a work table, lots of bits and pieces of things he's salvaging or fiddling with.
Okay. Yeah, it's a pretty good sized room for you know, for a freighter. Not quite an apartment, you know, obviously, but definitely more than just a simple bedroom.
He ups.
But yeah, you find whatever outfit you'd
Yeah,
like.
well, for on the ship, he opts not for the silk floral button-down shirts, but instead opts for what looks like a very comfortable-looking tank top and what can only be described as cargo jeans. And
As
big L black boots.
Cargo, what was that? Sorry.
Jeans.
Cargo jeans, gotcha. Okay. Fantastic.
And
Do you head to the mess
he
hall?
even finds, like, on the belt already, there is a clip-on area for his knife specifically. He also finally notices
Perfect.
this whole time he's been holding in his hands something. It's a necklace. It has 2 rings that are welded together on it. No names, nothing, just 2 bands welded together.
Okay.
And for some reason, he can't put it himself to just put it aside. Instead, he puts it on and just like tucks it under his shirt before heading to the mess hall.
Okay. All right. In that case, so Sparky, you've got some time to yourself while you're making the meal, and then after you make the announcement, Annalise or Annie's the first one to show up, and you've got a little bit of time before Guy gets there. So what's your interaction with each other while you're waiting for Guy?
So I'll
or not waiting for Guy.
I'll start dishing out food as soon as Annie shows up, or Little Mouse, I should say. Be like, well, I remember how to cook, so maybe that's what I did on the ship, but I also remember how to use the communicator.
Well, cooking is a good skill to have, I suppose, so at least we're getting somewhere on that front.
Do you remember anything about who you were, what you did?
No, not really. Nothing has really kind of pulled my attention yet.
You sure you're not the captain? Because so far we got Seattle, who's the engineer. I'm communicator, or like diplomat or whatever you want to call it. And then there was I think it was the medical officer. So where does that leave you?
I really wouldn't be able to tell you. I mean, I don't feel like a captain.
Well, I don't feel like a cook. But
Fair point.
I made all this.
Maybe you just really, really loved cooking.
That could be a thing. But I don't think I'd really love being a comms officer or whatever passes for it on this ship.
I don't know.
We even knew each other before this?
I mean, I suppose we'd all have to know each other to some capacity, and we were all on a ship together.
Where the hell's Seattle?
I have no idea. I to be honest with you, I think the best thing to do is just not think so hard on it. I mean, we're not. I don't foresee us figuring everything out today. So maybe we should just focus on what we clearly know is our job right now, and maybe it'll come back to us in bits and pieces.
Sorry, I'm laughing because Jay, when you said where's Seattle, Elvira and Chad just said Washington
so waiting
State.
for someone to say it. I was like, don't say it yourself. Let someone else take that one.
Oh, that's fantastic. Okay, that's probably about enough time for Guy to make it over to the mess hall.
Guy shows
and
up wearing actual clothes.
Wait. Where did you find those? Oh, okay. I'll be right back. Hang on. So I'll like exunt mess hall and head over back to the living quarters and kind of get my own outfit out.
Okay. You have a similar experience. You see all the different rooms, and one of them just seems a little bit more familiar than the rest. Same deal. Muscle memory tells you like, yes, this is the code to enter the door. It opens up, and it's same layout. So you've got the same basic stuff, but any accessories or decorations that you would like are what you see in there. So what would Blister's room look like?
Blister's room probably looks like a lot of photographs of really bizarre angles of things. So bizarre angles of like, say, an alleyway or kind of a Dutch angle of a tower with no writing or context on anything. And in the
Okay.
corner, I'd say there's probably a box of mismatched vials and other containers, all of them empty, but they all have like either residue or just wiped off labels on them. And
Okay.
none of it really makes sense to Sparky, obviously.
Is the tower of the Seattle Space Needle?
Dun dun dun. So yeah, Sparky's just kind of like everything in the room, just kind of like, what was I doing with all this junk? I'll deal with it later. That's fine. And takes an outfit, makes sure that it has pockets so that I can tuck that taser-ish weapon away, and then I'll head back to the mess hall.
Okay. Perfect. Oh, I also wanted to mention too for Guy. I imagine there's like one of the comm units that specifically looked more familiar to Guy because it has a beep function, or yeah, that's an even better option. I was going to say Morse code, but that might get tedious after a while. This being the future, I imagine you do have sort of
I'm sorry,
a text to speech.
I can't learn Morse code at the same time I'm learning sign language.
We can trade.
You don't already know Morse
See,
code?
I know Morse
I thought
code,
everybody
so we
knew
can
that.
trade.
Or
I was making a joke, but I'm impressed you actually know it. Yeah, we'll do like a text to speech type deal that you can do on the comm system. So if you're not, in front of somebody, you can still communicate. The plot thickens like a good stew in the mess hall. Okay. Is there anything else that anybody would like to do over the course of the 24-hour period you have?
yeah, I'm gonna look over the entire fucking ship.
Top to
Okay.
bottom inspection.
Thoroughly search the ship. Okay. Let's do, in that case, give me like 3 sight rolls for anybody that wants to do this.
I'll be looking at the comms panel probably and just trying to figure out more of what was going on in those communiques, maybe just poring over the recordings.
Okay.
7, 8,
So
12.
for... Okay. So for Seattle, you don't find a whole lot new. You do manage to find that there is a smaller transport on the ship. So it's like almost like a shuttle type vehicle.
Does being in it feel familiar at all?
Yeah, you get the sense that you maybe you were the pilot for the shuttle most of the time. You instinctively know how to work it.
He's kind of like sitting down in the pilot seat, and he's just kind of like doing the whole kind of like close your eyes and just let your hands drift to where they want to drift.
Yeah. Yeah, you get the sense that you have a special connection to this shuttlecraft. And it's big enough to hold everybody on the crew. It's not like a tiny shuttle. It's got a lot of seating. Looks pretty maneuverable, but no weapons. And obviously it's short range. But yeah, that's about all you find new. Other than that, you just get really familiar with the ship, so it's not like you're having to do muscle memory to get places. You actively remember where everything is now. What about Sparky and Little Mouse?
I'll still be looking through the comms panel, just seeing if I can find any more, like get anything more out of the recordings or anything.
Not really. There's not really much more there to get. It looks like the kind of like wiping the browser history off of an internet browser or something like that. You can.
There's only so much to
There's a
cover.
little more deep.
Yeah.
You can tell there definitely were communications, but you can't really recover much of it at all. And then, so what about Little Mouse and Android? What are the two of you doing over the 24-hour period?
Does Android get her own quarters, or do I just have a recharge station?
You have your own quarters, but it's a little bit different. It's not in the living area. It's like just adjacent to the bridge, and it's more like a room rather than a bedroom.
Walk-in closet.
So there's a charging, like a really big walk-in closet. Yeah, it's not tiny, but it's mostly just like your power charging station and maybe like a shelf or two for any knickknacks that you might want to hold on to. There's not really anything on the shelves at the moment.
Okay.
But it's pretty Spartan.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm gonna. Would it be possible to discover that I have the blades stored in my arms?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that being a part of you you'd probably just already know
Probably.
that. Maybe you find some like accessories in that room, so you can maybe swap out the blade for like, you know, if you've got one for stabbing, one for you know, dicing potatoes, you know, something like that.
But
there's probably like some replacement parts for you in there too.
do some recharging, and would it be possible for me to roll anything to try to recover anything?
You can certainly try. It would be a tech engineering roll with a pretty high DC. There's definitely information there to get, but it's outside of your normal abilities, but you could get lucky, so...
Well, let's give it a shot. No.
No.
Then I'm just gonna keep monitoring the
You
ship.
do have D6 remaining.
Would a D6?
A D6...
No.
I
No.
didn't think so.
That would not help that. You also have a D4, I forgot to mention.
Oh, nice.
We got to 10 interactions on Twitter. So the cast currently has a D4 and 2 D6. And I currently have a D4. I'm also going to... I never did get an answer about that gifted sub from Jacques, so I'm just going to go ahead and give you all 2 D6 from
Sounds
that.
right.
And then, Jay, you still got yours to claim as well.
Yeah, I think we'll do the D6. I want to say the switch in action. I just don't know. Is that a use like right away kind of thing?
No. It just goes into the
Okay.
pool, and anybody can use it whenever
Yeah,
they
we'll toss
like.
that in there.
Okay, so 1 switch and 1 D6. Nice. So you've got a pretty sizable store of D6s here to help you out, which is great.
I think we'll do
Probably gonna need them next week. Yeah. So now you're at 1 D4, 5 D6, and 1 switch. And I currently have 1 D4. I think that was everybody except for Little Mouse. What's she doing over this 24-hour period?
I'd say she probably does a little exploring herself as well, just kind of keeps to herself. She's really trying her best to kind of figure out where she fits into the whole thing. But yeah, she just a little bit more exploring, I would say.
Okay. If you'd like, you can roll Sight 3 times to see if you find anything new or interesting.
Sight 3 times. 16, 7, 12.
You don't find a whole lot new except for the fact that the ship has a ventilation system, and the vents are actually quite large. Probably not large enough for most people to fit through, but it's just the right size for you to squeeze through. And you get the sense that you maybe have used them to get around the ship before. Yeah.
Yeah, I think she'll stick that in her back pocket for now. I don't think she'll go digging around in there.
Somehow that name is so much more suiting.
So yeah, that's about everything I think for everybody to find for now, at least with the rolls. There's always a chance you could find more later. Does anybody mess with that vault at all?
I think I probably would. If I don't find anything on the comm logs, I want to know what's in this weird cordoned off area of the cargo bay. Like that seems way out of the norm.
Okay. Yeah, it definitely doesn't seem to match the rest of the ship exactly. I mean, it's not like it's a completely different type of metal or color or anything like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it's an aftermarket part. So the door is sealed very tight. There's barely a seam, and it definitely looks heavily reinforced. What do you do with it? Is there a type of way that you want to inspect it, or is there anything you want to do to try to open it?
From what I read of the message that was sent to us, was there anything in there that felt like it might be an activation word, like a password almost, in that semi-cryptic email we received?
Not really. Nothing that would relate to this vault, at least.
I'm gonna just go with my gut and see if I can kind of muscle memory a password out of it.
Okay. You try typing something in. Let's do what's your recall?
My recall.
Go that route.
Where are recall? Actually, where is recall? Am I blind? Hang on. Oh, there it is. 6.
It's part of the passive skills.
Yeah.
6? Yeah, no. You're like, your hands moves and you're like, yeah, I could type words on this thing, but that's about as much as you get.
Yeah, I'll just start typing kind of whatever words we've learned over the last day and see if anything kind of makes sense in that. But I suspect not.
Okay. Yeah, it's whatever the password is. It's definitely not any like keywords or anything like that you've learned over the last day.
I'm gonna keep that to myself. Yeah.
Okay. And is that all you do with the vault?
Yeah, I think that's all I'll do with the vault. But I will probably start inspecting that box of weird vials in my room.
Okay. Very cool. All right. Well, in that case, I'm going to just interject this here because I'm pretty sure I know exactly what Jacques would have Jacques be doing, which is they discover the infirmary and probably spend all their time doing inventory and figuring out what all's in there, which it's a well-stocked infirmary or sick bay with some decent technology in there. Like it's not just a basic ship's infirmary. It's had some upgrades.
Concerning. Nice.
I'm sure it's not because you frequently need it or anything.
Just so we have it.
Yeah, I mean, it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it, right? Okay, fine. So I'm assuming you all sleep at some point, do the natural functions of day-to-day life. Nothing concerning happens during that time, and then you show up at Echo 2. You are approaching orbit. So, Android, would you like to do a tech engineering roll to put the ship into a proper orbit?
Absolutely. 25, not 20.
Holy shit.
Nice. So you basically that'll make it a 35. So with I think about half of us are familiar with Fundamental, but I know a couple people are new. So with Fundamental RPG, on a nat 20, in addition to getting extra effects, it essentially adds 10 to your total result. So that makes it a 35. And so I'm going to say that you put the ship into such a good orbit that it's incredibly fuel efficient, but it also keeps you kind of in the planet's shadow, so you're harder to detect from any ships that might be in the
It's
area.
very fitting that the Lagrange is at the right point.
Yes.
Hey.
Waiting all game for it.
And even if you used your alternate registration for when you're trying to be sneaky, the cheap
my
sunglasses,
sunglasses
you
at night.
could say that,
Mhm.
yeah. And the ship is getting some, shade from the planet.
From the call, am
Uh,
I getting
For
any
that
like
shade.
communications or any signals that are coming out?
Yeah, actually, you're being hailed by a mining colony on the planet.
I'm gonna let everyone know that before I press the button this time. There's the miners are calling us.
I suppose as a captain, I should allow you to answer that.
Captain, I knew it. I knew it. So
I am captain because you requested me to be captain.
just don't ruin the illusion. It's fine. So I'll press the like receive button.
Yeah, at this point, Guy will be Seattle will be heading towards the bridge.
Okay.
Find out what's up.
Okay. Is Little Mouse on the bridge, or is she elsewhere?
I'd say that she was probably let's say she was there.
Cool.
Okay. As you answer the call, there is there's a lady on the other end. She looks like well, not like she's been spending all day in the mine, but she definitely doesn't look like an office
Right.
worker. You can kind of see in the background, it looks like a factory type aesthetic behind her. And she's got dark hair, sort of a dark tan tone to her skin, and she's wearing not like a miner's coverall type outfit, but it looks like something that you would still be comfortable doing manual labor in, and a hard hat type deal. Of course, it looks a little bit more futuristic. But you get the sense that she might even be like a foreman or something like that. Is sort of the sense you immediately get from this person. And she says, "Hi, we're not expecting any shipments. Are you with Bizco?"
Did we see that name anywhere on the ship?
No.
Is
Would there have been any
anything-
indication? Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Would there be anything in my memory banks that would be triggered by that?
Nothing specific to this mission, but you are able to access information on Bizco. Bizco is one of the large corporations, specifically involved in mining operations. Is their primary product that they do is metal and ship construction. And they are known to operate in this area.
Okay.
They're also known for being, all the corporations are, pretty much assholes. But these guys are known for being particularly
Ruthless.
asshole-ish.
Bullies.
Yeah, they're a little bit more bullying than some of the others, which is saying something.
Well, communications officer.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Are you with Bizco? What's your business here?
We were here to deliver a shipment to you. We are not with Bizco. Where would you have us drop it off?
I don't have to have anything on the itinerary. What are you shipping?
Tools.
We're shipping weapons and armor.
Weapons. Okay. Well, I guess Billy's contact came through.
Guy is going over and just like pulling Candroid aside and just covering her mouth. of sight.
Yes,
The
Billy.
thing.
Billy's call. Yep, that's the right one.
Well, it wasn't Billy that you would have talked to. It would have been, I guess Snail might have mentioned Billy.
Sorry. Yeah, that's that. Yeah, it's been a really long week. We've been out here. Where do you want us to land? To give you the guns.
Yeah, Alex, I thought that would be a good nod.
I'm sorry.
Inside reference there.
Now, because I know it's. Laugh, damn it.
Yeah, well, yeah. Well, if they sent you, then we're gonna need to make sure that you don't show up on any Visco scans because they're still in the area. So yeah, let's have you land here, and she'll send coordinates to the ship. And it's like this out of the way spot, sort of in a box canyon, and this little warehouse looking building. Just, yeah, if you're with them, then you'll need to deliver the weapons here. And we should probably get off of the open comms
Right.
as quickly as possible.
Yep. Pleasure doing business with you. We'll meet you at the time and place.
Yes, that sounds good. And then just before she clicks the call off, you can see her sort of leaning back, turning her head away from the camera, and going, "Hey, Billy, it came through." And that's where the call ends.
Right. Weapons and armor? Did you we don't know who these people are.
They requested information. I have this information.
So you just give it to them?
Why would I not?
You're a bad captain.
You designated me as such. I apologize if I'm not fulfilling my duty as you wished.
We'll work on it. They gave us coordinates.
I will take us to there.
Ooh, should we get guns? Does anyone here use guns?
It taps on Candra's shoulders.
Only tell those things to us.
You wish me only to tell the truth to you, to offer information to you on the crew?
Gestures to the crew.
That will be difficult. I carry much information.
Just kind of like look over to Little Mouse, like, do we? Should we get guns? I feel like we might need guns.
I do not require weaponry.
What?
And with that, I'm just going to extend the arm blades.
Whoa! Why do you have blades in your arms?
Unclear. They are not standard to my normal build.
What does that even mean?
Androids of my class do not come armed.
Okay, so not only do we not know what we're doing, we have a shipload of guns, we have a weird walled-off section of the cargo bay, we're dropping them all off to miners, but you've got knives in your arms?
Correct. That is a correct assessment of our state. Perhaps you should be captain.
You have too much arms.
What the hell are we?
Is that what that says?
I'm gonna go get it.
Also,
smaller ship down. I do not believe we need to take this entire ship to the surface of this planet. That would be unwise.
Can we fit the...
I was about to say, yes, taking the ship to the planet, while it can land on a planet, it's not something that the ship normally does. Standard procedure would be to take the shuttle
Would
down.
all that gun fit in the shuttle?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I think I can pilot shuttle.
Oh!
I don't
Okay.
think you are in this game.
There could be a cat on board. We don't know. Plenty of things we don't know.
And then a cat shows up.
Just picturing Android standing there as like this space cat is just like.
And Andrew's just like standing there completely
Yeah.
nonplussed.
So, I guess we'll start loading the guns onto the shuttle? Oh. Is this the tower thing again?
No, wrong finger.
Oh!
It is this finger.
Oh! I feel like that's it. I don't like that. Something about that doesn't feel right. And we all waited with bated breath for the writing.
We can sell guns.
Well, I think that's what we're doing. But that's what I mean is we should load them on the shuttle to give them to the miners. Does that seem right? Little Mouse, you got any qualms, reservations, thoughts?
Not at this point. No, I guess it's probably the most logical thing to do.
Guy looks to Little Mouse and basically, no. What I'm trying to tell them is, why would we need to threaten the miners to buy guns from us if they're expecting guns? That makes no sense.
I feel more
So
confused.
We're not
Yeah,
getting
the-
money in this situation.
the objection
I'll do
seems
this.
to be that it doesn't really make sense that we would be delivering a shipment of guns, but then, the whole threaten them if they don't do the thing. Something is off here.
Also, half the payment was the guns.
Is our payment perhaps coming
yep.
from another source?
He says to Little Mouse, was like, what do we need? More gun?
Well, no,
What's-
probably not more guns if we've already got guns.
What else are we getting paid in? I'm gonna go down to the cargo bay and start putting guns in the shuttle.
Just don't put all the guns in there.
Go ahead, Raven.
Would you like to roll gut feeling
Yes,
to
I
see
would,
if you can
actually.
get a sense of what's going
Yeah,
on?
please.
Okay.
feel like the more information we get, the less I know what's going on.
Excellent. My evil plan is
Yeah, I
working.
definitely don't know what's going on
Oh
now.
no!
Please tell me what I think.
Oh god.
So
Oh boy.
you think about your situation. You're like, what's my gut telling me?
Mm.
And after a second of it going, because you're
Mhm.
hungry, it goes, Sparky. You know what makes sense is that we're supposed to deliver these guns. I mean, that's what you were saying originally. So yeah, we should just deliver the guns. That's kind of what your gut's
Okay.
telling you.
Like, no, I think
I'm pretty sure like all of the guns are for the miners.
Yeah,
clearly.
no,
Can
there's
I
no
roll
reason why
that
we would need
feeling,
guns.
please?
Can I also
Absolutely.
do that?
it's like I'm just
Everybody
kind of like
can.
talking to myself as I'm leaving the bridge. Like, no, of course we wouldn't need any guns. They're all for the miners. That's what they talked to Snail and Snail talked
That's
to
a-
Billy.
13.
I'm not rolling
20.
that shit.
Okay. Seattle, with a 13, you don't really get any new feel for the situation, but you kind of feel like your assumption was right. Like you're not entirely sure what the exact answer is, but you know that Sparky's answer is definitely wrong.
Sit down, Sparky.
And Little Mouse, you get the sense that you're probably here to intimidate the miners into doing something, and doing so with the guns if necessary. You're pretty sure that the guns were not intended for the miners. But you also picked up on the fact that the miners seemed a little on edge. The lady on the call was very interested in knowing if you're from Visco, and you're in a Visco mining area. So you pick up on the fact that, there's clearly some kind of conflict going on.
I just don't. I don't think it's a good idea for us to go down there with all these guns. We don't know what's going on. I think maybe we should leave the guns here for now. Go down to surface, talk to them, see what's going on with their side of things, and go from there once we have more information. It seems a little off that we're supposed to be here to do a thing, and the guns are our payment, and I don't know. I don't feel that good about being on this side of things. I probably would like to have more information before we do anything.
So Seattle's saying only half guns. Sorry, the bottom part's cut off a little bit. Only half guns,
So
half
only
crew.
some of us go down with some of the guns? What happens if they want all the guns?
That's the thing. There are too many variables here that we don't know the answer to. Maybe we should just go half crew, no guns. Maybe we should just go down and take the diplomatic approach and try to get more information and see what's happening first.
What if they have guns?
That's absolutely possible. They could also have guns.
Should we bring our own guns?
Would that be seen as...
Not visible, but just in case they have guns.
Seattle pulls out his knife.
Seattle's got a knife.
I suppose it would not be uncommon
What's it
for
back?
people who are transporting weapons to come armed in some way.
It would, you know what? That's a really good point. If we have guns, we probably have our own guns. I'm gonna take a gun.
I don't have a good feeling about this.
I mean, I don't either.
I'm sorry, I don't understand your feelings.
That's okay, Android.
We're all learning things about ourselves.
Okay.
So I'll head to the cargo
Guy
bay.
signs to Lil Mouse. I'll go with Sparky. Make sure they don't just give everything away.
Try to think if there's a sign language for Sparky. Yes.
Sparky. Love it.
Well, that means flashing or like bursting.
That's close.
Close
As
enough.
soon as I find out this for Spark, then I'll just add the.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so I'll head to the cargo.
This is firework.
Oh, I could. Yeah, that works.
Because maybe you're a firework.
Okay. Okay. So just make sure I'm clear on the plan here. So Sparky and Seattle are taking the shuttle down with was it half the guns?
I think half the guns. If everyone else is okay with that.
I think Little Mouse is probably going to want to go too.
Okay.
I'm gonna stay
Yeah.
with the ship.
Honestly,
Okay.
at this point, guys, let her because she's the only one who's besides Android who seems to be able to understand him.
That's also a good idea. I hadn't considered that.
Okay. So we've got Sparky, Seattle, and Little Mouse on the shuttle, and it sounds like you're taking half the guns. Are any of you armed? Are you taking any guns from the cargo bay for
I will
yourselves?
arm myself with a small pistol.
Okay.
Guy grabs a
That's going to
shotgun.
be a...
I'm not
Fantastic.
taking anything.
Fair.
Okay, so Sparky, you're going to have...
He also
Okay,
grabs
like a
himself
mid-range-
like a leather motorcycle jacket from his room.
Nice.
Of course. That's perfect. So Sparky, you got a pistol, so pistol range obviously is not a very long range. Does 1d6 damage. I'm not gonna make you worry about having to reload.
I just have it up for the scene kind of thing.
Yeah. So Seattle, you got a shotgun, so that's gonna be a D10, but short range. And you'll have to reload after every 4 shots, we'll say. Which will just be like a move action to reload.
I'm gonna have to
And
get
then
you
Little
to
Mouse isn't
give
taking
me that
weapon.
info later because my brain just dumped it immediately.
No worries.
And like, I swear, I listened and I paid attention, and then
That's fine.
I'm gonna make a note in your character sheet. So you've got a shotgun, short range, 1d10 damage, reload after 4 shots. There you go. So now it is in your character sheet for you.
thank you.
Okay, so you get half the guns loaded. You've got your gear. You've piled onto the shuttle. Quick question, since you're here, Jacques. Just a quick recap for you. You found the infirmary, and I've just said that is where you've spent all your time so far, inventorying all of the supplies and everything. You know that part of the crew's getting ready to go down to a planet to meet some miners to do a job that you're very unsure on the details about. You're all not quite sure if you're doing the job correctly. Android staying on the ship. Would Jacques be staying on the ship as well, or do you think Jacques would be going down to the planet?
Jock would definitely be staying on the ship.
Okay, perfect. In this case, Seattle, we have you do a, let's say, tech engineering role to pilot the shuttle down to the coordinates.
13.
You do so very competently.
Nice.
It's a smooth ride. It's very clear that you've flown this shuttle before. And you land just outside that building. So you're landing sort of
I'll
in
be
the
right
box
back. I need to
canyon.
bio, sorry.
No worries. So you're in the box canyon at the coordinates, and you can see the sort of old, sort of abandoned looking warehouse just sort of sitting there. You don't notice anybody else here yet. And we'll pop back up to the ship really quick until Alex gets back. So Android and Jacques, just to fill you in, everybody has names now. So Blister has become known as Sparky. Annalise is Little Mouse. Guy is Seattle. And Gabrielle is just going by Android for now, or Candroid, because she was voted as the acting captain. So we didn't really get a chance to give Jacques a nickname. Android was asking everyone for designations. What does Jacques say when asked for a name?
You can call.
Given that
you can call me.
they don't know their name.
You can call me the Doctor.
The doctor. Noted.
That's where my brain went to. Okay. Also, to catch up on something, so you did search the infirmary and you found that the ship's sickbay is upgraded. So it's well stocked and it's got some equipment in there that's not standard. So it's a bit high tech. You've got plenty of analyzing equipment. So sort of like advanced diagnosis machines, and scanners and things like that. And you also have a sort of a quarantine bay or a containment unit where there's a sort of a hospital bed in this one little sort of alcove in the room, and there's a force field that you can activate to contain whatever you want inside of it. So that's pretty much what you noticed. Is there anything that you wanted to do in there?
Me?
Anything, I guess, yeah, anything specific other than you're just taking stock of what's in there?
Yeah, just taking stock. Do I have a clipboard?
Yeah, there are clipboards.
Yes. I want a clipboard and a notepad. I will put the notepad on the clipboard.
Perfect.
And start taking notes.
Okay. Fantastic. I'm trying to think if there was anything else to cover before we go with what's about to happen, which I want Alex to be here for.
You could also cover what Jacques' room looks like.
All right. So everybody found their living quarters as well. So Jacques, of course, would have, or the doctor, I guess, now would have been able to find their room. And so all of the rooms have a bed. They have a personal computer on a little desk and a closet. But as for the rest, it's up to you. So what would Jacques' room look like?
Jacques' room would look like would have basically a stash of notes on everyone in the crew.
Okay. So you'll have some notes there. There's no names or anything like that, so it's probably just medical history.
No, it was probably gone through and removed.
Yeah, we're gonna say that. That makes sense. So there's some medical history. So you can tell some things about somebody on the crew, but you're not quite sure who it's referring to.
Oh.
But if you spend enough time, you could probably start to make some theories and conclusions.
And there's probably random notes about things. Just random things.
Okay. So yeah, we'll say that's definitely something that you could spend some time on as like a project to try to figure some things out, if you'd like to, or you can just sort of leave them there and do something else.
Anything I'll
Jack
give you for
picks up
free.
one and is like, this is nothing but a recipe. Why do I have this?
I'll give you one for free. One of the crew members requires injections of testosterone weekly.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair.
It's a
So you'd probably have some notes on that, I
Yeah.
would imagine.
have a schedule, and the schedule is all in code, and I don't remember any of the code.
Oh, that's amazing. And yes, anything like that, any of your characters that require like regular medication would just instinctively know that you need this medication on a regular basis and be able to get that. Seattle, Sparky, and Little Mouse, you've landed outside of the coordinates, so you're just outside of this old abandoned looking warehouse in this box canyon. And about the time that you step out of the shuttle, assuming that that's what you do, so about the time you step out of there, a ground vehicle shows up with that same lady and a couple of people. Let's say 4 actually, 4 people and the lady, so 5 total. The 4 people behind her are armed, and they look like they're on edge. Like they're suspicious, maybe even a little bit paranoid. And you're able to notice just right off the bat that the weapons look not the best. They look like they're mostly civilian type weapons. Maybe even some are just specifically designed for hunting. They look a little older. Definitely no match for, say, if a corporation came through there and wanted to pick a fight. And they all look really tired. And the lady walks up and says, "You got our weapons?"
Yep. Yeah, we got your we have your weapons. Weapons we got.
All right, let's get them loaded in. And she waves for the 4 guys to.
And Sparky will kind of put a hand up, like, but we need to make sure that we get our end of things.
She looks at one of the guys and goes, "Billy, did Snail? Did he say he sent the payment? You know, this is your deal. I didn't organize this." Billy's like, "Well, I mean, you know how he is. He's very cryptic with everything he said. He just said, you know, they definitely got something for their trouble. That was all he said."
Okay. See, he's really cryptic with us too, and he didn't tell us what the thing is, and we don't know where it is.
Okay, so, and I'm guessing you want payment before you deliver them.
Actually, no. I'd like to know what you plan to do with all this firepower.
At this point, because Guy was nodding, and then no, Guy like reaches up and taps on
What?
Sparky.
What? Just 1 second. What? What's Seattle?
Politely to them.
This must be the weirdest scene to see.
What's Little Mouse doing during this awkward pause?
She's trying to look like the least intimidating she can. Which, might I add, is not that difficult because you've got this lady who's got like half brown, half bright pink hair and like 2 space buns.
Payment first always. Oh, payment first always.
But what? Yeah, okay, right. But like, we don't know what the payment is, and they don't look like they have money. Ask them for money. Look at how they look.
They're all sort of looking at you and then looking at each other, like.
Sorry. Just one more moment. We had a bit of a miscommunication about the deal. Kind of like looking over at Little Mouse, like, fuck, help me.
Little Mouse doesn't look like she wants to help.
You just came to watch the fireworks.
Yeah, pretty much. No, she kind of steps around them, and she extends a hand out to the woman, just like a really friendly handshake. She smiles.
We were not here to help,
Here to help, I think.
Okay, so like, what do you want to do? We only brought half the guns anyway. How are we gonna get payment from them?
Is the lady gonna shake her hand?
Oh, sorry. Yes, she shakes your hand.
She's so focused on like these little like interactions.
Yeah. Yeah, she shakes your hand. Is like, yeah, okay. Hi, nice to meet you.
She says, "Hi, you can call me Little Mouse."
That's an unusual name. Are they normally like this?
Yeah, they take a little getting used to.
Alex? Okay, well, the longer we stay here, the more likely Vizco's gonna pick us up on their scanners and try to stop this, so we should probably hurry.
Is there a safer place that we can go to talk, or?
This is the safe place.
This is
I mean, it's a Vizco colony, so they're kind of everywhere.
Right.
I mean, not here on the
Mhm.
planet, but they're scanning from orbit usually.
She looks back at the other two to see if they're done with their little
I
spat.
kind of do a little nod, like,
Okay, so Sparky, what do you do?
so, kind of pointedly look over at Seattle. So, could you give us some information about a payment of some kind, if either from you or another source, for the
Uh,
thing?
Well, I mean, Snail just asked for. And she looks at the one that you realize is
Mhm.
Billy. It was what, 2 tons of ore? And he nods. So the deal was we give some of the ore to them instead of to Vizco, and then they get something to the smugglers, which I'm assuming is you, that they would like more than, obviously 2 tons of ore, which is not very movable for someone of your lifestyle. I'm assuming. So Snail was supposed to give you the payment. But, I mean, we're getting ready to try to kick these people out, so weapons are kind of urgent for us.
Kind of like look over at Little Mouse back at Seattle. Like, how is this more confusing now? Did we miss something?
Little Mouse just does not know what to do in this situation.
Sorry, okay. So here's our side of things. We have a whole bunch of guns, and they're for you, but we don't have a payment. We don't think.
Well, how do you not know if you got a payment?
It's been a really long day. Like a really,
Right,
really
well-
long day.
I don't mean to sound, callous towards your long day, but we've been working in this mine for barely a living wage for quite a while. We're trying to become an independent colony, which means we got to kick Vizco out while we're all tired and starving and poor.
Right.
So we kind of are having a really long life. So either we need to figure this out real quick, or we're just going to have to take those. I would really rather not have to take them from
I
you.
would really rather not have that happen as well. Can we have one hot second to just do a little quick discussion?
By the way, Guy's actually
Make it
trying
quick.
not to burst out laughing at this point.
She's just like, yeah, make it quick. Remember the whole, they're always watching.
And I'll just like beckon to the other two crew members, like, fuck over here. What do we do?
Guy is signing to Little Mouse so she can translate.
Mhm.
It's like, well, we could just threaten them like we're supposed to, I'm assuming at this point, because they're more than willing to threaten us.
So what
Well,
do we do?
yes, threatening them would be a good idea, except for these people look, and she's gonna pull, what is it, like a number one here? She
mhm.
goes, these people seem to really need help. They don't look like they need to be threatened. They look like they need help.
I'm kind of with Little Mouse. Like, they don't. What are we gonna threaten them with? Oh, you give us all the money you have, which is nothing. Look at them. They barely even have guns.
Yes, but whoever gave us these guns as half of our payment, we'll want them back.
What?
Well, yeah, I mean, that is another thing we're gonna have to figure out, but
Go ahead,
I
Raven.
Would anybody like to roll a
I
gut
sure as
feeling
hell
again
would.
for a little bit of help here?
Am I in the situation as well?
Nobody on the ship can roll at the moment until
Awesome.
the ground crew communicates back.
18.
I do not
18,
have good
okay.
guts.
Oh God, no.
hold on.
A 15, okay. So a 15 is not going to be quite enough to get new information, but Alex, you're really close to a 20 if you want to use a D4 or a D6.
I'm gonna use a D6.
Okay.
Oh.
20. 20.
Just enough. So you're thinking about it, and there's some key information here that you just heard from this foreman. She mentioned that they're getting ready to become an independent colony. Their conditions are poor. They're fed up. They're tired. They've basically ordered weapons, and they're getting ready to go to war, essentially, with Vizco. Now, if a mining colony goes to war
Also,
with the corporation that owns it,
Guy is about to sign something real quick because, oh fuck, we're union breakers.
kinda. So if they're getting ready to go to war with Vizco, Vizco obviously would not like that. So they might be inclined to hire somebody, mercenaries, for example, freelancers, to persuade a mining colony not to take that action.
Wow, we came at this so back-asswards.
Wow. Yeah, no. Guys, just we're here to kill them.
We're here to do what now?
We're supposed to kill them.
Excuse me?
I just fucking figured it out.
So apparently,
I don't like it either.
what?
We were hired to kill them.
Well, specifically it says to persuade them, and then if you can't persuade them, to use force.
To do the thing.
Persuade them while we have an army's worth of guns.
Oh.
Listen, I don't know who we were before, but I don't feel comfortable doing that.
Yeah, I'm not into that.
Me neither.
So what do we do?
I don't really want to keep the guns.
Do we give them the guns? Yeah.
There's more than one mining corporation.
Yeah.
Yes, there are.
Who's Vizco having issues with? Who would really like to fuck over Vizco?
That is information that Android might
Yeah,
have.
I was like, signal. It was like, okay, 1 second. I'm just gonna
Mm-hmm.
type.
Text to speech to orbit.
Yeah, Android, Captain.
Yes.
Captain A. Who would like to fuck over Vizco?
I do not understand your request.
What other mining companies would like to screw Vizco over in business?
Oh. Well, according to my data banks, all of them seem to have an issue with them in some form or another.
Who is the most?
There is.
Oh.
I was gonna say there is one in particular that you would probably notice that is their most direct competition.
There is one in particular that seems to have the biggest issue.
It's the Tony Consortium.
The Tony?
T-O-N-I.
Okay.
Yes, T-O-N-I. Tony Consortium.
The Tony Consortium and the Vizco Corporation have been in rivalry and very vicious business practice for as long as both have been open.
Can we all hear this
Guy
through the
is
comms?
like has an idea.
Yes.
It's kind of showing up as type. It's like, what laws are Bisco breaking by hiring union breakers?
Several. Countless. Are the miners union breakers?
Please send this information to the Tony Consortium ASAP.
So, I see where you're going with that. Some things that you might know. So you got hired through a third party, and it's pretty common practice for corporations to do these sort of black ops type deals, where they'll hire somebody through a broker, or do the whole through a guy that knows a guy that knows a guy that knows a guy, so they have plausible deniability. So trying to
Yes,
blow the whistle on their bad
but
practices
if we're not
probably won't do anything.
But if we're not the ones causing the issues, then they'll have to come in.
Okay. So you're trying to get the competitor on your side by letting them know, like, hey, this is happening right now, and we're looking to turncoat.
Yeah, we're looking. Well, not so much looking to turncoat as this is happening right now. We're not necessarily looking to turncoat, but this is happening right now, and it's about to be way more obvious that it's happening right now.
Okay. None of you remember having a contact at the Tony Consortium, but they do have, like, a general information. You could probably send it to them that way.
So you do want me to? We're doing that? Okay.
Well, he looks to the guy looks to Sparky's already nodding. Looks to Little Mouse.
I mean, I guess, yeah, and in theory that could help. I mean, essentially what we want to do, right, is take the focus. What if we were to take the focus off the miners? We don't want them to get caught up in any of this. So I guess my major concern is if we were big corporations duke it out between themselves. In theory, I suppose it could work, yes.
Fill it, Captain. Please fill in Doc and ask for consensus.
The doctor.
Yes.
It has come to my attention that we are apparently union breakers, and they do not wish to fulfill our side of the contract. It has been decided by much of the crew that instead of hurting these miners, we simply rat out one corporation to another. What is your consensus?
I want to see how this plays out.
Do you consent to me sending the information to the other corporation?
Absolutely.
Information will be sent.
Okay. You send the message off, but because you don't have a specific contact to talk to at the moment, you can pretty much already assume it's going to take a while for anybody to get back to you, if they do at all. But the information is in the hands of people that can get it to the right people.
And Guy is going to start unloading these guns.
Okay. So you're giving the guns to the miners.
At least the half that we brought down.
Okay. They look somewhat annoyed that it's taken this long, but they are very grateful for the weapons. They all help you load them onto their vehicle as quickly as possible. They seem very rushed and very panicky that it's taking a while. But they get it loaded up and they're getting ready to drive away. Was there anything else that you wanted to do?
Guy's gonna get Little Mouse to ask some questions.
Okay.
Okay.
Basically, how long has this been going on? Because there's tired from work tired in the mines, and then there's tired under constant threat of being killed tired. And this looks way more like the second one.
So the answer that you get back is essentially more or less, it's been a long time problem of miners not being paid enough. The work's really dangerous, and it's sort of the timeless story of evil corporation exploiting their workers, not paying them enough, and getting rich off of their labor. And there's people from all different parts of the galaxy that end up doing this because circumstances of one type or another. All different types of people end up in this job and then kind of get stuck in the situation where there's no way out. All the corporations have really, really effective recruiting departments, which are very, very dishonest.
See the stars, they said. Travel the moon, they said. Get stuck in a hole, they said.
Yeah. That was weird. My Google Home just activated.
Spooky.
As we were talking about this. Hi.
I hear you're
hi there,
talking
big
trash
corporation.
about corporatism.
Anyways, is there anything else that you wanted to do, or are you going back to the ship?
Little Mouse wants to ask about their plans after they drive Bizcore out. What is it? What was it?
Visco.
Visco. There you go.
Visco.
Visco. She wants to know what their plans are after they drive Visco out. Like, do they have any assurances that they're going to be able to defend against another attack? Like, what's the plan here?
In the interest of time, I'll just kind of summarize. What she explains is basically they don't really have a plan beyond that. They're basically in the I'm tired and fed up and riled up, and we're going to kick them off the planet or die trying. They don't really have much of a plan beyond that.
That's when Guy brings up, was like, have they thought about contacting one of Bizco's rivals, maybe?
Conversation basically ends up with the answer of they don't really have a way to they don't have long range communications. Visco kind of controls everything on the planet.
So Little Mouse interjects with, theoretically, if there were a way to kind of put you in contact with, for the sake of argument, one of Visco's competitors, and you were in theory able to broker a better deal and let the big corporations duke it out. I mean, you wouldn't really have to get involved at that point.
Well, they'd probably, if we did that, they would still retaliate against us.
Yes, but
so
then
we'd
you'd be
probably
under
still have to fight, but
the protection of a different company, with which you would have a new deal that could potentially be better for you and your people.
it'd probably still result in the same thing in the end. Might be better for a little while, but then they'd figure out ways to take it all away. So we're gonna become an independent colony if it kills us. But if another corporation wants to, take advantage of that against another one, then that's great. But we're not gonna make any deals.
Do you have anyone that you would be selling your ore? Are you gonna keep mining when all this is done?
Yes, we'll continue mining, but in a safe way, with realistic, quotas, um, and we'll sell our ore independently.
What if, and this is hypothetical, and I'll kind of look at like Little Mouse and Seattle. What if we helped you smuggle it out? Say you throw off the shackles and you beat back Vizco and everyone. Who's to stop them from stopping you from selling?
We hadn't really thought that far. Sure, if we're able to do all of this, then yeah, we might need to have some smugglers. I'm sure we'll keep you in mind. Time's really, not on our side here. We really need to go. Was there anything else?
I just signs to Little Mouse. These people are determined to die. Who are we to stop them at this point? We've done what we can.
I'm gonna ask for her name, so I can keep it as a contact when all this blows over.
Yeah, she's got a name. It's a good name. It's a name that I'm thinking of. We'll give her the name of Sonia Tompkins.
Sonia Tompkins, okay. Well, I'll tell you what, Sonia Tompkins, when all this blows over, you better not forget the name Sparky.
Sparky.
Sparky of the Lagrange, because we're expert smugglers, aren't we, guys?
Yeah.
You certainly seem
competent.
Like smugglers. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna get back before they know we're moving weapons.
Did we, just for reference, did we actually give them the guns yet, or are they still on the shuttle?
No, they've got all the guns.
Okay,
cool. So do you head back to the ship after all that then?
Yeah, they make it seem like Vizco might actually come by, so I'm gonna hurry. I don't know about the other two.
Yeah, Little Mouse goes. On the way, though, she does look at Sparky and just say, like, do we want to give... I feel like we should give them the rest of the guns.
I think we should too.
Okay, that sounds like a good plan, because they look like they need them.
Well, that and if they win, then maybe we'll have something to do. Because I don't know about you, but I don't know what we do. Clearly, we smuggle guns. I'll look at Seattle like, what's...
Yeah, Little Mouse.
Like, clearly there's something up.
What is it? What's wrong
you
now?
Don't want to give them all the guns?
Okay, amendment then. What if we take the guns that we want and then give them the rest?
You just said they want to die. So what's the problem with giving them all the guns?
Looks to Little Mouse. Because Vizco is going to be wanting their half payment back.
Well, I mean, we already gave them part of it. It's not like we can give them the full half back.
We can sell those guns to make enough back payment to get Vizco off of us.
Can we though? Do you know how to sell guns? I don't know how to sell guns.
You seem like you could know how to sell guns. You seem like you know how to sell your mother. You're welcome to translate that if you want.
She does not translate that second part.
Okay, I'll be like, I don't know how to sell guns. I just know that we're in a bad situation and we might need someone down the road.
And it's guys suddenly realizing, wait, no, you don't know how to sell guns. You know how to give away guns.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
All right, listen, hello. We're running out of time here, and there's not really enough of it for this.
Mm-hmm.
So I think
we go.
Ultimately,
we leave.
No, ultimately, I think that we've done enough damage that Visco's going to be on our ass anyway, and these people need help.
Do you vote for us to leave?
Captain, we need to help these people.
There's no question mark to that. That is a statement.
I'm with Little Mouse.
Are you actually addressing me at this point? I don't
Yes,
even know if
yes.
that's
Sorry.
On the comms.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's
sorry.
like,
Just twiddling my Android thumbs.
I am
As a
not in any
statement.
place to make any kind of moral decision. I will simply go if I'm told to go, or stay if I'm told to stay. I can also open fire on this colony and decimate it completely.
Not the last one.
No, yeah, we're not doing that part.
No.
Thank you, Captain. No.
No, 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 no.
All right, question. Do you take the shuttle back to the ship?
Like, are you guys still standing there?
Yeah, I think we're in the shuttle.
No, guys, getting them back on the shuttle and leaving.
Yeah, we're on the way back then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Do you want to call it there?
So
and
it's
have
just
like.
yeah, I've got one more little
Okay.
thing to do, but I'm fine with it going longer, but I usually try to stick closer to 3 hours for everybody else's time.
That's
So
appreciated.
sorry it went so long. But you get back to the ship, and shortly after you do, you get a call. On the caller
Oh,
ID,
God.
it says Tolan.
Open combs.
Oh, don't look so. Wipe that smile off your face. All open comms.
As soon
The guy
as you
is
open comms,
gesturing lovingly
Uh-huh.
towards the comms.
Tolan is there. He looks livid, and he goes, "The hell did you guys do? I just got a call from Visco that said they just threatened to, well, first of all, they're on strike, and they just threatened to kill their whole families? What did you say?" And that's where we'll end.
You are.
Who's killing whose families now?
I feel like I feel like we know more and know less at the same time.
Awesome.
Oh, good.
Well, that
Whose
was
families are getting threatened?
fantastic.
Yeah, like are they our
Yeah.
families? Do we have
So the-
families?
Families
So
are
to
being
be
threatened.
clear, the miners were threatening to kill Visco's families.
Okay.
We did not provide weapons for that purpose.
Yeah, no.
We
We're
provided
losing it
weapons,
either
but
way.
not for that.
They're protecting
Funny thing
weapons,
about-
not attacking weapons.
Funny thing about giving desperate people weapons, they do
That's
desperate
true.
things with
That's true.
them.
Can we send them an
This
email?
is why I didn't want to
basket?
give them any.
It's just like a strongly worded memo.
Oops, our bad. Signed.
It has to start with
us.
in regards to my last email.
Yeah.
In regards to my last email. Oops, my bad.
Oops, my
By the
bad.
way, my name is Sparky now.
Yeah, exactly. As such.
Oh goodness. Well, that was fantastic. Great session, like 0.5. That was really good. We're gonna do some quick outros here, and then we're gonna go on a raid. Excuse me. So reverse order from how we started. Let's start with Goody. What was your favorite part? Where can we find you next? Anything else you'd like to share?
My favorite part was probably the Seattle Space Needle thing.
Yeah,
Um,
that was pretty great.
That was so freaking perfect. I'm still learning, and I haven't learned very many. I have learned one swear word. So
yeah,
far.
it's not this.
I would not have guessed that.
No.
Well, if you look at it, it kind of looks like the shape
yeah.
of
I guess, yeah.
makes
With,
so much sense.
like the
but
skyline.
like it makes sense, especially if you put
Yeah.
like your thumb out slightly.
Mhm, mhm.
yeah. So that's
Yeah.
why it is. But
No, it makes perfect sense, but it's just like, and that's how he gets his nickname. Is because his player didn't know.
yep.
That's great.
Double-fisted Seattle.
Double-fisted Seattle. That sounds
like a movie you can't
microbrewery.
rent in like a family
I
restaurant.
was going to say a porn studio in Seattle.
Yeah, but yeah.
Anyways, where can we find you next?
Here next week.
Perfect. Jacques, granted, missed part of that, but out of what you saw, what was your favorite part? Where can we find you next?
Oh, my favorite part was when they realized that we were sent to kill these people.
We finally
that
get most-
moment.
That was a nice
That
moment.
moment where the light bulb flipped, where the light switch flipped.
Oh, we are the
Yeah,
bad
exactly.
guys.
We're really the bad guys.
We're really the bad guys,
Awesome.
and we don't like it.
No. You can find me specifically here next week. You can find Susie specifically Monday. They said
For Monday night.
Monday night.
That sounds right. Yeah.
For
Yes. Okay. Too many games to keep in
Yeah.
my head. Okay. Well, fantastic. Next we've got Vanessa. What was your favorite part? Where can we find you next? Anything else you'd like to share?
In terms of favorite part, just kind of getting to know everybody and seeing all the different characters. They're really great so far, and I'm having a blast. I especially love the realization that we're going with Sparky instead of Blister, so that's lovely as well. In terms of where you can find me on my art Twitter, which is at Pepper Draws, and that's Pepper like the candy. And is it this week that we're starting back up with Tikva? The 13th? Is it the
Yes, this Wednesday.
Perfect. So yeah, you can catch me here on Wednesday for Tikva.
I will
Fantastic.
traumatize Jonas into your arms, Myra.
Do not.
Have
Please don't.
Next we do have Alex. Speaking of Alex, what was your favorite part? Where can we find you next? And anything else you'd like to share?
I can tell you my least favorite part is the fact that my mouth just kept going to say Jacques
Yeah.
all the fucking time.
Oui, oui, c'est Jacques maintenant.
Je sais.
That's why I love the
C'est si
name.
facile en français.
I love it.
Ben oui, Jacques.
C'est un bon nom.
They know more than French than I need to.
Ben oui, je parle français depuis que j'ai eu 5 ans.
J'étais dans l'immersion française ici.
Okay, let's stop breaking them now.
Okay.
I understood half of it.
I understand a quarter.
I think I heard sangria in there. That sounds great.
Okay, I think my favorite part is just the freaking chemistry with this group. Like, holy shit, we were just like, Jay, my friend, my buddy. I
We are
love this
antagonists
weird.
to the
I
end.
love this weird pettiness we have. It's amazing, and I'm
It's
loving
really
it.
good.
So
I did
fun
not
to bounce
expect
on.
it.
And like, oh my god, Lisa, friggin' yes, Candroid.
Android
do
was
that.
fantastic.
Best android.
Candroid being very confused when a guy was like, "Yeah, so just only tell us shit."
Yeah. But I have so much to tell.
But I have
I know
so much. No.
I know so much. I
Yeah,
can
just
answer
tell us.
questions.
Oh, that's great.
And then Doctor or the Doctor,
The doctor.
Uh-huh.
the Doctor as he's formally known. I have a funny feeling that clipboard is going to get turned into improvised weaponry at some point.
Oh, definitely.
Possibly against a patient.
Yeah.
Oh
And I'm
goodness.
so excited to
Yeah,
figure
very-
out where
very
like
good
Little
stuff.
Mouse goes and stuff. And like the fact that she's very quiet, but she's very observant. Like she's terrified in a corner, but she's watching every single detail.
Pretty sure she's supposed to be captain. Just have that feeling in my heart.
And
Guy
you gave it
knows
to
he's
the
not
android who
supposed to
can't
be in
lie.
charge of
Yeah.
things. He's supposed to be in charge of one thing, making sure this ship doesn't fall apart.
Now, is that metaphorically or physically?
Yes. Is the answer.
How many of you are recognizing sign
We're-
language?
Where can we find you next?
You can find me next on Tuesday evening, where I will be playing a character in water.
Yes, in water.
I don't know what
Which
character
is-
I'm going to play yet.
It's okay, neither do I.
I am.
All I know is I'm going to
I'm
be
excited.
a marine biology nerd. And you can also follow me on Twitter at Agent Boss.
I am simultaneously excited and terrified for Tuesday for that because
Oh,
it is a very different system.
Is the rolling
that is-
system that Econorlax and the village system put together? It looks so cool.
It does. It looks
Like,
really good.
It's like, oh my god, you need to approach the creators of Subnautica and be like, hey, so I made a system and I'm
Mhm.
playtesting it, and I even have overlays and shit. If you wouldn't mind, say, boosting this or say, sponsoring me.
If you want to watch us flounder on Tuesday,
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
gonna be good.
Ha ha ha.
Yeah.
Good one.
Perfect. So, last but not least, Jay, what was your favorite part? Where can we find you?
honestly, my
All that
favorite
good
part, it was kind of the same thing. It was just watching everyone get like their code names, kind of figuring out who they were, seeing what was in their rooms, and figuring out all these weird little things about the ship. Like the med bay is weirdly well stocked, and the kitchen is surprisingly Spartan. You know, people have all these weird things going on. Little Mouse's vent thing that we won't talk about. That whole business, the blades in the arm, everything that went on in there. There are so many questions that I feel like we're less prepared now than when we started, and I kind of love it.
Perfect.
You can find me on Twitter and on Twitch at AlienJays. You can find me as well next Tuesday, where I will also be drowning in the water planet. And I
Oh
will
my
also
God,
not know who
stop.
I'm playing. And then Saturdays, you can catch me here at 1 p.m. Mountain Time running the Void Cavalcade, which is Stars Without Number, and then here at 7 p.m. Mountain Time, figuring out who the hell we are and whether we're really the bad people.
Yes, and definitely check out the Saturday Day show because I watched that obviously earlier today and it was amazing. So definitely check that out too. My favorite part, a couple of quick ones. One is, Vanessa, when you realized you were kind of channeling one, and I could just physically feel the hatred of the fact that you were having to channel one in that moment.
Listen, I agreed with one in that instance. It's fine.
Yeah.
I'm so glad you're a fellow one hater.
I think everybody hates one from that show. So that was fun, and then all of it was great. Your interactions, the trying to figure out what's going on, and then also the two moments in particular of, wait, are we the bad guys? And the, oh crap, we're the bad guys. All of that was just fantastic. I loved all of it. And I love the fact that every answer you get gives you 1,000 more questions, which means I'm doing my job right. So I was very happy about that. As for where you can find me next, it is Saturday, in fact, not Tuesday, as I thought it was earlier today. So off tomorrow, Monday, I'll be back producing Fleshmaker Folly, which is D&D 5th Edition Eberron, Monday at 1 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time, and then I will be, we're still figuring out the Monday night game, but it's going to be 5th Edition, probably Forgotten Realms. We may not be doing it this coming Monday, but the Monday after that, we will be. So either way, I'll see you Monday. We're going to head out of here and go raid. Looks like Scraticus is currently doing some streaming, so we're going to go over there and say hello. I'm going to pop us on our raiding screen here. And there is our raid cry. Thank you all so much for hanging out with us. Thank you to the cast for being absolutely amazing. Thank you, Michael Wayne, for the donation and gifted subs. Jacques as well for that gifted sub. And everybody that spent guild coins. Much appreciated. See you all on Monday. Bye-bye.